Good evening, members, and please can I welcome everyone to this virtual meeting of Council. The meeting is being held under the regulations which came into effect on the 4th of April 2020 in response to COVID-19. My name is Councillor Patrick Cunningham, Mayor of Winchester and Chairperson of Council. There are a few housekeeping issues that we need to run through. May I please ask that everyone present in this virtual meeting must mute your microphone and that your camera is turned off while you are not addressing the Council, as this will reduce background noise and avoid any unintentional disturbances. This is especially important with your microphone, with so many attendees online at one time. Your microphone should only be unmuted when you are formally addressing the meeting. Please can I also ask that all members and guests ensure that any of their personal devices are muted so that they do not interrupt the meeting. Thank you. Can I advise that this meeting is being audio recorded and live streamed from the website and then can be found next to the meeting details where the recording will remain thereafter. The meeting will also be recorded with the video uploaded to the Council's YouTube channel after the meeting. Members and officers, where appropriate, for each item, it is important to please only use the chat function of the meeting to indicate that you wish to speak, and I will invite you to then speak at the appropriate time. Please do not use the hand function for this meeting. I will invite each member to speak, and I would encourage all members to keep your contributions as clear and concise as possible. If you wish to raise a point of order or explanation in accordance with the Constitution, please also use the chat function only. I will invite that member to speak immediately I become aware of the request. Again, please do not use the hand function for this meeting. When speaking and referring to the agenda papers, please make sure that you reference the page or the paragraph number. Finally, if members wish to leave the meeting at any point and for any period of time, could they please make themselves known to me again through the chat function. I will announce to the meeting that you are to leave the meeting and your return if applicable. Thank you. Can I now please ask Democratic Services Officer to undertake a roll call of members of the Council to confirm who is present this evening.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Good evening, members. I will now call each of you in turn in alphabetical order if you could then confirm that you are present. Councillor Ackwell.
Present.
Councillor Becker.
Present.
Councillor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Bentote.
Present.
Councillor Bronk.
Good evening, I'm present.
Councillor Brooke.
Hello, good evening, I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Clear.
Present.
Councillor Clementson.
Good evening, I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Cook.
Good evening, I am present.
Councillor Krask.
Present.
Councillor Cunningham.
Present.
Councillor Cutler.
Good evening, I'm present.
Councillor Evans. Thank you. Councillor Thurn.
Present.
Councillor Ferguson.
Good evening, I'm present.
Councillor Gemmell.
Present.
Councillor Godfrey.
I am present.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon Smith.
Good evening, I am present.
Councillor Green.
Good evening, I'm present.
Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, good evening, I'm present.
Councillor Hiscock.
Good evening, yes, I'm present.
Councillor Horrell.
Yes, good evening, I'm present.
Councillor Humby.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Hutchison.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Langling.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Lurney.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Lumbee.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Mather.
Good evening, present.
Councillor McLean.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Miller.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Murphy.
Good evening, I'm present.
Councillor Pearson.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Porter.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Power.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Prince.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Reid.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Raffel.
Present.
Councillor Rutter.
Present.
Councillor Scott.
Present.
Councillor Thompson.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Todd.
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Present.
Councillor Weston.
Present.
Councillor Williams.
Present.
Thank you, members. Mr. Mayor, everyone is present in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Agenda item number 1, the council minutes. The minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 13th of January 2021. May I sign these as a correct record, members?
Agreed.
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 Votes by acclamation, agreed. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, members. Item number 2 is disclosure of interests. Are there any disclosures of interest to be made regarding the business before us tonight?
If I may, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hiscock, I'd like to declare a, sorry, someone's ringing me, a personal non-prejudicial interest as I am a member of Hampshire County Council and some of the items on the agenda may well relate to that role. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hiscock.
We have Councillor Scott on the chat, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Scott. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to declare on item 5 that I'm a city council tenant because we'll be covering the budget item for the HRA. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Lumbee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the same as Councillor Hiscock as a member of the County Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Porter.
And the same for me. Thank you very much, Mayor, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Todd.
Yes, the same interest declared as a county councillor.
Councillor Green.
Councillor Green is also on the chat.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to declare an interest in item 5 as well as a council tenant.
And finally, Councillor Godfrey.
And finally, Councillor Godfrey. Thank you, Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I declare personal but not prejudicial interest in the budget papers this evening, as it makes reference to the local government pension scheme, of which I am a contributor, and as a member or employee of Hampshire County Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Thank you. That is all the declarations of interest. Agenda item number 3, announcements. My first announcement this evening is with regard to my recent virtual support to the Winchester Rotary Pancake Day. You may have seen the video of my own efforts. I had great fun, I have to say, trying to keep the pancake in the frying pan. My next announcement is with regard to the annual Mayor's Awards. I'm pleased to say that we've been inundated with nominations for the marvellous voluntary activities in our district and amongst our communities. I will in fact be making a video to thank all of the nominees for their tireless efforts, and once again, each will then be sent their award, which will comprise of the certificate and pin badge. I would also, as this is the last full council meeting before Chas Bradfield leaves us at the end of March, and as all members will know, he's leaving us at the end of March, I would like to express my thanks, and I'm sure the members will join me in expressing thanks to Chas for nearly 3 years of hard work here at the City Council.
Good man.
Leader, do you have any announcements for us this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, given the number of items on the agenda today, I don't have any announcements, and I think we need to get on with what we've got to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Leader. Chief Executive, do you have any announcements?
No, Mr. Mayor, none tonight, and no apologies either, thank you.
Well, in that case, let's get on with the business and see if we can get this done in time. So please can I welcome members of the public who have been invited to attend this evening and have submitted questions for council to answer. Please can I ask that until your name is called that you keep your microphone muted and your camera switched off. Thank you. I understand that we've received 4 questions for this evening's meeting. All members have copies of the questions received, which have been circulated electronically and have also been published on the council's website. Can I please now call upon Ian Tate? Mr. Tate, can you please confirm that you are present this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am present.
Welcome to you, Mr. Tate. Please can you ask your question as it is written on the order paper, or if you prefer, please refer members to this. You will have 2 minutes to ask your question. A reminder that following the response given by the member, you may also ask 1 supplementary question which must arise directly out of the original question or the reply. Mr. Tate.
Thank you. My question is addressed to the Leader of the Council. In light of the chronic under-provision of affordable and inclusive housing in the Winchester area, has any consideration been given to approaching the consortium promoting the Royal Down development as to whether some of the available land could be given over to the council to build a new 21st century council estate? If there was land available rather than housing units, if and when the scheme goes ahead, then the delivery of affordable housing wouldn't be linked to the delivery of the open market housing as it is at Kings Barton, and therefore the homes could be delivered far more speedily. Also, it would allow the council to use some of the affordable housing money coming from the North Whiteley urban extension, where it was decided to take a commuted sum of £17.5 million rather than deliver the affordable housing on site. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Tate. Leader, please can you respond?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Tate, for your question. The land known as Royal Down has been put forward for inclusion in the City Council's Strategic Housing and Economic Land Availability Assessment, the SHELA, and like every other site put forward for consideration, requires a formal statutory process before determining whether or not the site is considered suitable for development. The allocation of new sites for housing, including affordable homes and other forms of development, is part of the local plan process, and the amount and location of sites is based on a range of factors, including housing need. The methodology which produces a figure for the district is set by government and defines the number of homes that we are to plan for. We have launched our initial consultation of the new local plan and are looking for feedback on strategic issues and priorities, including how we meet the challenge of housing delivery, which meets the needs of all our residents. We've not discussed with the promoter of the land known as Royal Down the possibility of developing this site for council housing, and we do not intend to, as the statutory process must run its course. We all agree that providing affordable homes is important and a priority for the council, and this is why we have developed an ambitious building programme to bring forward 1,000 dwellings over the next 10 years, which will help deliver high quality accommodation for those who are unable to purchase the homes they need in the open market. Off-site contributions received by developers support the provision of affordable housing throughout the district, delivered by the council, registered providers, community land trusts and other voluntary providers. Further, the council plans to invest £125 million in new homes throughout the district over the next 5 years. The funding for the development of new homes will come from a number of sources. These include council house rents, Homes England grant, developer contributions and right to buy receipts.
Thank you, Leader. Mr. Tate, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I would do. If not Royal Down, could the leader give me some indication as to where she thinks delivering the 350 homes which weren't delivered on site in North Whiteley can go? And does she also agree with me that any site that comes forward will receive significant opposition from residents, as was the case with Barton Farm, the Winchester Village and Abbots Barton, and as housing officers will always say, you have to have the land. So the council has made provision to purchase land of £10 million, and why to the authority, could it not be brave and challenge the people of Winchester who are supportive of affordable housing, but invariably they never tell you where that housing can be? So my impassioned plea, as someone who's lived in Winchester all my life, it is to talk to the consortium to see whether you can use some of your pot to purchase land and to build a brand new council estate. Thank you very much.
Mr. Tate, Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Tate. And I know that you are incredibly passionate about the provision of affordable homes, as I think we all are on the council. I think what we've got to remember is that this Conservative government has made it very, very clear that unless development takes place for over 50 homes, there will be no contributions for affordable housing, and this will have an absolutely significant impact on our ability to provide affordable housing throughout the district, because we just don't have planning applications of that size. Obviously, we will be objecting to this because most of the applications we have are so much smaller. But as you say, we have put £10 million in the budget to the budget that we're hopefully agreeing tonight to develop, to be able to buy sites for our new build programme. And we will be doing all we can to look for those sites and be able to put them into the pipeline of projects that we have going forward over the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Mr. Tate, for your question. Please may I remind you that your question and the answer will be published on the Council's website in due course. Mr. Tate, may I now ask that you turn off your camera and mute your microphone for the remainder of the meeting. You are welcome to remain in the meeting. Alternatively, if you prefer, you can leave by pressing the telephone symbol with the red background. Of course, you can continue to listen to the live audio stream from the Council's website. And thank you once again. Please can I now call upon James Batho, who has also submitted a question. Mr. Batho, can you please confirm that you're present this evening?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to you, Mr. Batho. Please can you ask your question, in fact, as it is written in the order paper. If you prefer, simply refer members to it. You have 2 minutes to ask your question. A reminder that following the response given by the member, you may also ask one supplementary question which must arise directly out of the original question or the reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I address my question to Councillor Jackie Porter, Cabinet Member for Built Environment and Wellbeing? My question is, what does it take to remove the County Council's Royal Down land from the Sheila? Thank you.
Mr. Batho, thank you very much. Councillor Porter, please can you respond?
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Batho. We've been in correspondence and met with officers from Hampshire County Council about this site, which, as you know, is very contentious. They've now confirmed in writing that their land, which is marked as CSO3 in the Sheila, was submitted for consideration as part of the Strategic Housing, Land and Availability Assessment without their authority or consent, certainly in the 2020 Sheila. On the basis of this information, we will be in contact with the site promoter who put forward the site and ask them to consider updating their submission to reflect the fact that Hampshire County Council hasn't given landowner consent for the land to be submitted for consideration under the Sheila process in 2020. We shall also ask for clarity regarding possible implications for the wider Royal Down site in relation to access, number of dwellings and other infrastructure requirements and deliverability. When the Council is in receipt of this information, the site will be reviewed and the Sheila will be updated accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Mr. Batho, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, I would, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. My further question is, can Winchester City Council confirm that it has a formal request from Hampshire County Council to remove CSO3 from the Sheila?
Mr. Batho, Mr. Batho, this has been a very interesting process because we have actually checked with our legal team to counsel about this. In 2020, that particular site, which was labelled CSO3 by Winchester City Council, was put forward by a developer without permission from County Council. But just like any planning permission, anybody can put forward a piece of land for development without the permission of the owner of that land. So actually it can't be taken out by Hampshire County Council because they did not submit it. However, we have asked the owner, the submitter of that piece of land to whether they wish to remove it. And as I've explained in my original question, we have asked for their clarity of what purpose it would serve as part of their plan. We have also a process by which these are put into the Sheila by what we describe as a high-level report, which just basically records what they are, the fact they've been put forward for development, and usually they would have both the landowner and the promoter's permission. In this case they didn't, but it's still valid as a submission into the Sheila. When it gets though to the next level, it's then assessed for its deliverability. And obviously if at that point it still has that deliverability facility, then it will go forward into the local plan as if and when we need it. However, if it cannot be delivered, then it gets removed at that stage automatically.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. And to Mr. Batho, thank you for your question. Your question and the answer will be published on the Council's website in due course. Mr. Batho, may I also please ask you now to turn off your camera and mute your microphone for the remainder of the meeting. You are, of course, welcome to remain in the meeting. Alternatively, if you prefer, you can leave by pressing the telephone symbol with the red background. Of course, you can continue to listen to the live audio stream from the Council's website. Thank you once again. I move now on to question number 3. Please can I now call upon Rebecca Butler, who has also submitted a question. Miss Butler, can you please confirm that you are present this evening?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I am present.
Welcome to you, Miss Butler. Please can you ask your question as it is written on the order paper, or indeed, if you prefer, simply refer members to this. You will have 2 minutes to ask your question. A reminder that following the response given by the member, you may also ask one supplementary question which must arise directly out of the original question or reply. Ms. Butler.
Thank you. I'd like to refer Council to the question as drafted on the order.
Can I thank Ms. Butler very much indeed for her question, and thank you also for raising and highlighting this issue. We are absolutely committed as a council to support for carers, And our focus is not just on car parks, as you outlined in your question, but also in controlled parking zones in the residential areas where carers do most of their work. Currently, as you highlight, we allow anyone who is linked to the NHS or critical care providers to have free parking in Tower Street and Pitt and other places as needed, a scheme we introduced ahead of the national one at the start of the crisis. Our scheme for carers is similar and was actually in place before the pandemic, but is primarily focused on residential areas where carers do most of their work. We keep vehicle records for multiple care providers, allowing them to park for free near where they need to provide care. This also allows them more time with their clients rather than having to worry about going into the house, collecting a visitor permit, coming out again, putting it on the car, for example. This is a very flexibly arranged arrangement to support residents who are paying for care, and the care provider needs only to contact our parking team to see what can be arranged in various locations. It could be for one resident who needs care from a variety of different staff in different vehicles over a period of time, or it could be for one carer for one resident. Companies that wish to use this arrangement to support carers should contact parking@winchester.gov.uk.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Ms Butler, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes.
We're having difficulty hearing you, I'm afraid. Could you turn up your volume? Or speak closer to the screen?
Is that better?
It's barely audible. I will do my best to listen.
I'll shout and you listen.
Yes.
On your website, Councillor Todd, it specifically mentions NHS and critical care workers as two separate groups. In fact, critical care workers are employed by the NHS, but it specifically does not mention that social care workers are eligible for the same parking rights as the NHS has granted through the pandemic. Are you prepared to commit today to granting social care workers the same status as the NHS employees in terms of the free parking permits that have been granted?
Councillor Todd, you're muted.
Thank you, Ms Butler. We actually have a better offer for carers than we have for NHS staff. So the arrangement for carers is they can use whichever car park or park in residential parking zones, which NHS staff are not currently able to do in the same way, in order to provide the care that they need to provide. However, your question and your reference to the website highlights an important point, which is it is not currently clear to potential providers and potential carers what the arrangement is on the website. And in response to your raising this issue more generally, I have spoken to officers and asked that we clarify the communication on the website so that carers and care providing companies don't miss out on this extremely important scheme, which we're proud and pleased to offer.
Councillor Todd, and to Ms Butler, thank you for your question. Your question and the answer itself will be published on the Council's website in due course. Ms Butler, may I ask that you now turn off your camera and mute your microphone for the remainder of the meeting. You are welcome to remain in the meeting. Alternatively, if you prefer, you can leave by pressing the telephone symbol with the red background. Of course, you can continue to listen to the live audio stream from the Council's website. But thank you once again for your question. I have a fourth question and last one. Can I now call upon Patrick Davies, who has also submitted the question. Mr Davies, can you confirm that you are present this evening?
I am indeed.
Welcome to you, Mr Davies. Please can you ask your question as it is written on the order paper, or if you prefer, simply refer members to this. You will have 2 minutes to ask your question, and as a reminder that following the response given by the member, you may also ask one supplementary question which must arise directly out of the original question or the reply. Mr Davies.
Thank you. What is the current estimate of the proportion of retail business now closed, which is likely to reopen in Winchester city centre once all COVID-19 restrictions are removed? And what proportion of all forms of employment in the city centre is expected to similarly return? How are these trends being monitored in the work on the council's new local plan, particularly the likely scale of online shopping and working from home?
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Councillor Ferguson, please can I ask you to respond?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Davies, for your question. The council isn't formally aware of any planned permanent closures of retail businesses in Winchester city centre. Amongst those that were mandated to close under the national restrictions that came into force from January 5th, 2021. That said, that I note that sadly Tom's Deli is going to close, as it was announced in the paper at the weekend that the owner has decided to retire, or that this is the right time to retire. There have been a number of national brands that have already announced store closures, and these do affect the city centre. This includes Debenhams, Cath Kidston's, Laura Ashley, Jigsaw, the West Cornwall Pastry Company. Some of those were already closed prior to the 5th of January. This has resulted in the city centre vacancy rate increasing to 11.3% in January 2021, compared with 6.9% in January 2020. With regard to the level of employment that will revert from home working arrangements and return to the city centre, I'm afraid that data on this isn't currently available. Analysis from the KPMG, the Future of Towns and Cities Post-COVID-19 report, which was published in January this year, suggests that the percentage of jobs expected to continue being done from home post-COVID in towns and city centres could vary from 27.7% in the worst case to 11% in the best case. Obviously, evidence concerning the changes in the way of working will be gathered as part of the work we're doing to create the council's new 10-year green economic development strategy, which is currently in the process of being procured. Specifically, it requires that the economic strategy must clearly address and quantify the economic impact of COVID-19 across the district and the various sectors of our economy. It needs to identify the district's potential, or not, to respond to the changes in working practices, lifestyle choices that have been precipitated and accelerated by COVID-19, and to make the most of the potential for a green recovery. The current Council local plan consultation seeks to determine the high-level priorities the plan needs to address, and is the opportunity for everyone to comment on the strategic issues and priorities document. Obviously, the new local plan will also play a key role in retaining and enhancing the vitality and viability of our town centres across a background of the changing economic circumstances, and again, the new ways of work, leisure and shopping that may emerge following the pandemic. Changes to work patterns and possible reduction in footfall in town centres may adversely influence vitality and economic viability, so the local plan does need to respond positively to those challenges and to manage those changes appropriately. I'm happy to take a supplementary, Mr. Davis.
Mr. Davis, do you have a supplementary to ask Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, please, if I may. Bearing in mind the answer that Councillor Ferguson has just given, isn't it vitally important to ensure the continuing vitality, again, of the existing high street before any new shopping is proposed, for example, in the Silver Hill area? Isn't the local plan process that we're now embarking upon a significant exercise that will require as up-to-date evidence on these trends that I referred to? And can the council give more thought to how they're going to actually monitor what is the new pattern of working in the city centre as elsewhere, in view of the figures that Councillor Ferguson has just quoted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Davis, for your supplementary. I think what's interesting around the proposed new retail, as we put it, in the Central Winchester regeneration, is obviously that's going to come forth over a number of years. And when we look at the way that development, the phases of that development and the way it's changed, it will reflect the changes in retail provision that's needed. I think that this Central Winchester regeneration, though, is also important to the High Street as a whole, because it will not only, the initial work, aid the recovery around King's Walk, but overall it will continue to improve and make the town, increase the town's vitality over a period of time. You're absolutely right that in the local plan we do need to keep looking at the trends in likely retail demand and in employment space, to be fair too. I think the key thing is that if we were to engage consultants at this time to do that work for us around the local plan, it would be in effect crystal ball gazing. The evidence base will need to be updated again, but it probably now is not the current time. We are still in a national lockdown, and it's hard to predict whether the changes that we've seen will actually endure over time. Many of the high street studies that I read have a similar theme. They suggest that the high street will change. They suggest that we'll need to focus on more experiential nature of the high street, that we'll have to attract people in with different events, all of those things that we're aware of. But nobody can truly predict what will happen going forward. But I think, in terms of monitoring what's happening, we stay in close contact with the bid. We stay in close contact with major employers, and we're as interested as anybody in ensuring that as many people come back to the city centre as we can possibly have. Equally, there is a slight upside in that we know that our actual flows of people out of the city to work, that may also change. And if that changes, we could have more people who may be working at home, but may actually be going into the city centre to shop, to eat, and to perhaps meet. So it could work in our favour for Winchester, but it's a movable feast and we must keep monitoring it. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson, and to Mr. Davis, thank you for your question. Your question and the answer will be published on the Council's website in due course. Mr. Davis, may I ask now that you turn off your camera and mute your microphone for the remainder of the meeting. You are, of course, welcome to remain in the meeting. Alternatively, if you prefer, you can leave by pressing the telephone symbol with the red background. Of course, you can continue to listen to the live audio stream from the Council's website, but thank you once again for your question. I'm going to move on now to agenda item 5A. That's the recommended minutes of Cabinet held on the 11th of February 2021. General Fund Budget 2021-22, CAB 3289 and General Fund Budget 21-22, Update CL 160. Mrs. Kirkman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members. Agenda item 5A is the recommended minute of Cabinet of 11th of February 21, and this is set out on your agenda and also on page 19 of your agenda pack. Report CAB 3289 refers, and this is included on your agenda pack on page 23. The report's recommendations are with regard to approval of the Council's General Fund Budget and approval of the Council Tax for 21-22. Mr. Mayor, there is also an update report for Council, Report CL 160 refers, and this is also included in your agenda pack on page 17. This report sets out 3 updates to Report CAB 3289, since it was recommended for approval by Cabinet at their meeting on the 11th of February. Members, please therefore note that Report CL 160 has its own recommendations for Council, and these are also set out in your agenda. Members are reminded that a recorded vote will be required on any amendments and the substantive motion relating to the approval of the budget and the setting of the Council tax. Please can I suggest that the recommendations in Report CL 160 and the recommended minute of Cabinet of the 11th of February 21 be considered together as they refer to matters inextricably linked. Furthermore, Please note that we will firstly take recommendations 1 through 5 of the Cabinet recommended minute and follow those recommendations 6, 7, 8 and 9. And finally, Mr Mayor, consideration of the council tax setting will also be a separate formal resolution of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirkman. Councillor Cutler, would you move the recommendations of report CL 160 and the recommended minute of Cabinet, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members, it's astonishing to think that it is a year since we last met in person, and that was to discuss the 2021 budget. When developing last year's budget, we felt it important to take into account the many uncertainties that that faced us at the time. Government still hadn't produced a long-term settlement for local finance. There was continuing uncertainty about the effects of Brexit. And the previous administration had produced a medium-term financial strategy with a cumulative deficit over 4 years of £19 million. We felt it crucially important to present a budget that would address the long-term deficits and provide a stable and resilient financial environment to enable us to address these certainties. By the time we reached council, it was clear that there was another factor adding to the uncertainty, the looming pandemic. But I'm sure nobody could claim to have foreseen just how COVID was going to change everything. Our council has responded magnificently to the ensuing pandemic. I don't think that can be said often enough. Our emergency response managed to move staff to home working, implemented the use of Teams for virtual meeting and rapidly delivered community and business support, whilst maintaining, and in the case of, for example, bin collection, improving our core services. But financially, the costs to the council have been huge. 45% of the approximately £33 million turnover of the council is provided by car park fees, commercial property income and other fees and charges. The first lockdown caused a catastrophic fall in car parking income. The necessary introduction of a rent abatement scheme for those of our commercial tenants severely affected by lockdown reduced our rental income, and a general fall in income from fees and charges, along with the increased costs of providing COVID support and introducing new working practices, led to a projected budget deficit of 10.7 million. Very welcome government funding reduced this figure to 5.6 million, and in September we produced an emergency budget to address these shortfalls. And thankfully, despite further restrictions, we are on course to end this financial year, very close to a balanced position. This has been achieved by the tremendous extra work put in by the finance team with enhanced continual monitoring of our financial position and detailed scenario planning. So to the revenue budget for the next financial year. There is, of course, huge uncertainty about our income levels again next year. Car parking fees are likely to remain low for at least 3 months into the new financial year, but at present, government has committed to cover 75% of the losses after the first 5% loss until the end of June. But what is far more difficult to predict is the level that parking may return to as restrictions ease. Changing work patterns mean it quite unlikely that our outer ring and park and ride car parks in the city will return to their former levels of use. Commercial property returns are also difficult to predict. Whilst we may be confident of a rapid rebound in the economy, it is inevitable that some businesses will fail, particularly if fear of unemployment leads to a slower than expected recovery. Taking all these factors into account, and with the experience gained this year with our close monitoring, a reasonable assumption is for a 20% reduction in income in the following year, with a fall of 10% in 22-23 and 5% in 23-24. However, unlike a normal year, this estimate is potentially subject to a far wider degree of variation due to the uncertainty of any economic predictions at the moment, which is why we will continue to monitor progress throughout the year and think it likely that we may have to introduce a revised budget at some point during the year. With a reduction in income of 20%, our initial paper in December showed the deficit that would need to be addressed as 3.7 million. With confirmation of the government spending settlement bringing in welcome extra funding, our challenge is to deal with a reduced deficit of just over £3 million. There are three ways of making the savings to address a deficit of this type. We can reduce expenditure, we can increase income, or we can use reserves. Reduction in expenditure can be achieved by reducing long-term expenditure or stopping or deferring one-off expenditure. But stopping or deferring one-off expenditure is generally one-off expenditure is generally financed from reserves. So this approach would mean using reserves to fill the gap. The problem with this approach is that it's one-off, and the baseline medium-term financial strategy shows continuing deficits in future years due to the effect of this last year as losses of income. One-off savings or use of reserves do not address these future deficits, so we do not consider this approach would do more than defer budgetary problems, and we intend to address them with this budget now. Our proposals, therefore, are a mix of reduction in core ongoing expenditure and an increase in fees and charges, along with a 3% increase in council tax, i.e. £4.25 increase on Band D. The vast majority of Hampshire councils are proposing a £5 increase. The reductions in expenditure proposed include just over £1 million savings in staff costs, something none of us would want to do, but direct staff costs represent 45% of our total expenditure, so it would be impossible to make significant reductions without staff impacts. In this case, we're proposing that 35% of the total reduction is in staffing cost, i.e. around about £1 million. Reductions in other operational costs represent 50% of the savings, and 15% of the savings are found by by reducing contributions to the parking and asset reserves. And further, the remaining savings are covered by the increases in fees and charges and the council tax increase. This mix of long-term savings not only addresses the £3 million deficit predicted for next year, it also puts the council's finances in a strong position and virtually eliminates deficits in the medium term. This budget will provide the financial resilience to deal with an uncertain future, while enabling delivery of our council plan, crucially maintaining and improving our core services, working with businesses to enable a green recovery, and delivering on our carbon reduction commitments. So therefore, I propose approval of the recommended minutes and approval of this revenue budget. Thank you,
Councillor Cutler, for moving the recommendation. Do I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Todd. I'm seconding the motion. Or the minute.
And do you wish to reserve your right to speak, Councillor Todd?
Yes, I do. I will reserve my right to speak until later in the debate.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any questions? Any questions prior to debate, please? There will be a debate, but I want councillor questions first.
Councillor Weston, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, should we be putting more stress on residents with increasing our council tax to 3%?
Councillor Weston, none of us wants to increase charges, but given the extreme situation that we find ourselves in, there is little alternative. We need to balance our budget, and we need to be able to continue to provide the services that the residents expect. Our council tax is still one of the lowest contributions within Hampshire, and it's important that we maintain a resilient financial system within the council.
We're still on questions before the debate, okay? So can I have Councillor Horrell who has a question, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to ask a question. Councillor Cutler, I'm aware that obviously part of the strategy is new fees and charges right across the workings of the council. Why, therefore, have the fees and charges not come forward for scrutiny before they come to a cabinet meeting in due course? Surely councillors should have been given the opportunity to review these in the appropriate committees before you take a decision on such an important matter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Cutler.
Councillor Horrell, the fees and charges paper will come to the next cabinet meeting. You'll note that the paper says that fees and charges will be increased by an average of 3% to produce an additional income of, and I can't remember the figure off the top of my head. So in principle, that is what we're asking council to approve at this moment. The detail of it, as long as it provides for that income, could be varied. We're talking about an average of increase of 3%, and when the paper comes to cabinet, we will look at the detail.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. Moving on to debate now. First online is Councillor Lumbee, please. Councillor Lumbee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is that coming through? I'm having problems. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Oh, you had a long pause there. I was starting to panic. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to address Council tonight. I have spoken on this proposed budget at both Scrutiny Committee and in Cabinet, and it will not be surprising to hear that I will not be voting for it in the form proposed. Mr. Mayor, I heard a comment recently from someone much more learned than myself, indeed perhaps as learned as yourself, that issues in local politics were like laying a paving stone. There was a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. And I'm afraid to say that what is proposed tonight is clearly the wrong way to do it. Take, for example, the issue of fixed charges for waste collection. Councillor Todd makes great play of the fact that a goodly number of residents have signed up for the new collection and justification for it. But by and large, these are people who can afford to pay more, and they have little choice if they want their garden waste taken away. Extracting cash on that basis is not a reason to be triumphant. It's a warning to people, and particularly people outside the city of Winchester, that the Lib Dems are after your cash. Even more importantly, a fixed charge for waste collection takes no accountability to pay and, as we have seen, hits people least able to pay the hardest. There are no steps proposed to help those hit hardest by this unfair charge. It just goes to show how little the Lib Dems care about people who are struggling financially. And two of the alternatives, driving to the tip or having a bonfire, go very much against the whole climate emergency. So we can also see how hollow that policy is as well. Let's consider as another example of why this budget is wrong, the proposed reduction of 3.5 posts in the planning team. 3.5 posts to save just £149,000. It doesn't seem like a lot of money, but my goodness, would those 3.5 people make a difference? I consider this cut to be a huge mistake. I've spoken over the last year to many members of the planning team, including building control, planners and enforcement. What comes through clearly is a team struggling with too much work, feeling underappreciated and stressed. Better paid jobs are available elsewhere, not hard to believe given the size of the saving, and it's testament to their loyalty that more haven't taken them. The service is frankly creaking and in danger of collapse. Here, for example, is a quote by a planning officer in an email I received from a resident yesterday in relation to a much prolonged planning application. Please understand that I am not purposely ignoring your emails. I am just very busy and trying to juggle everything at once. That is a well-intentioned and hard-working officer with simply too much to cope effectively. And many of us, especially in the rural areas, will know from our inboxes about the issues enforcement are facing. Time and again, we see reports in the press where enforcement have not had the time or resource to deal with issues. The review of many now is that one may as well get on with the works as enforcement won't do anything about it. Disregard of the rules is becoming more and more flagrant. Yes, this is not new. It's a trend that has been allowed to continue for too long. We need a much strengthened team with a mandate to act. Then people will realise there is no benefit to ignoring the rules and will comply. In a culture of compliance, less enforcement will be needed, but that is for the future, not now. Councillor Porter talked at scrutiny about changes to make the service more efficient, but this simply isn't good enough. Our hard-working officers are really struggling to keep the show on the road, and enforcement are totally under-resourced. Now is the wrong time to be cutting posts. Mr. Mayor, the planning team has been taken to the edge of the precipice. The administration are now proposing a step forward. So I will not be proposing this budget as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lumbee. I now call on Councillor Power, please. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to congratulate the Cabinet and staff in producing a budget that not only preserves services, but also allows us to produce a very small increase in council tax. I think it's £4.17 a year for the Band D. I think that's an immense achievement in the face of a £3 million deficit and the lack of income from COVID. I shall, of course, be supporting this budget. And Councillor Lumbee seems to ignore the composting option, which I can recommend to those of us that have more than minuscule gardens. I find it very satisfactory, but I love my brown bin. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm not on.
Yes, you
are. Oh, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Porter. Yeah.
Councillor
Power. Moving on, please. Councillor Clemenson, please. Councillor Clemenson.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a result of the COVID pandemic, we're in an extraordinary and economic situation. For this reason, I would like to acknowledge the difficult and constrained task which has faced the Cabinet and officers who have been wrestling with the figures to put this budget together, and I thank them and commend them for their efforts. However, I believe our residents would prefer to have seen some previously budgeted project items which are nice rather than essential at this time, being put on hold during this difficult time, rather than see their council tax rise by 3%, together with other increased charges, when many of them are themselves facing financial hardship. Whilst I neither like nor agree with many of the items within this budget, in the circumstances and without the benefit of sufficient knowledge or information to be able to challenge the specifics or offer an alternative, I will be supporting this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Clemenson. Councillor Evans, please. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think that noises me. There can't be too many finance portfolio holders that have had to produce 2 budgets within 1 year, and now we hear possibly another one in the forthcoming year. And I think really a battered red attaché case is heading your way, Councillor Cutler, for you to brandish on the doorstep of your farm. But we can't give money out and maintain high quality services, which is what we've been doing, or nothing. We've learnt that we are facing a big gap in the finances, and so the increases in council tax, 3%, which we've heard is lower than many other authorities, and fees and charges, 3%, are understandable, and as Councillor Clemenson has just said, because we do still expect our quality services, and it is our promise to maintain those. And as regrettable as increases are, if there's a gap in the budget, then that's what we have to do. Councillor Lumbee, I knew you were going to pick on the garden waste and the planning team. Nobody is being made redundant in the planning team. It is natural wastage, and your claims about enforcement are simply untrue. We have a new head of enforcement, very young and keen officer, and she's doing her best. So please don't paint a picture of misery, because that isn't just the way it is. Sacrifices have to be made, and I have personal regrets over the reduction of 20% to play to the crowd. But that's the way it is. Theatre Royal and the associated activities understand that they have to have a cut this year, and they're not moaning about it. We've ensured that there aren't two hits on the same area, so parking charges went up in September, I think, last year. They've been left alone. So there are no two hits on one service. We're moving forward with Central Winchester. We have a new leisure centre, and Councillor Ferguson is doing a brilliant job with trying to ensure that our local economy is recovering, and with the increases in charges and the use of some reserves, I think the finance team and Councillor Cutler have done an amazing job, and I would like to send them my congratulations in bringing forth this nearly balanced budget. Brilliant work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. I'll now call on Councillor Weston, please. Councillor Weston.
Thank you very much. I apologise, I missed the answer to my question, but my Teams on my iPad just disappeared. So I will just go into my debate. I cannot really improve on what Councillor Lumbee's debate gave to you all today, but I just want to say council tax is expensive enough as it is, and with households paying hundreds of pounds a month for this bill, and many are not receiving much for this service, and especially in the rural wards, and we're now having reduced services and increased fees by 3%, and also having to pay for the extra garden green waste. And it's not that everyone can afford it, it is maybe a necessity, because actually we do not want to be going and queuing in the tips, especially now with COVID, and we haven't got the facilities to compost, or maybe we've got too much to even compost, Councillor Power. So I appreciate the issues of last year and the extra pressures, but these are not just impacting the government bodies, they are widespread. The government has splashed out unprecedented amounts of various economic support packages to help people and businesses and councils to navigate the stormy seas of this pandemic. Yet in these very difficult times, with so many residents dealing with redundancies, lack of jobs, and even those lucky enough to have a job not receiving a pay rise anywhere near 3%. In fact, most people have got a pay reduction. So a 3% features very heavily in the overall tax bills of the lowest paid in our district. So those with reduced income will be hit the most to suffer the highest proportionate tax increases in the coming year. This could be a poverty creating programme for some residents in Winchester district, so please reduce it to be more in line with inflation. I too am concerned about the planning team. They are, as we all know, overworked and are stretched to their limits, and they cannot be prepared to cope with the ever increasing demand on the planning applications that we're seeing at the moment, and the enforcement team having to deal with all the enforcement cases and people just doing what they like at the moment. So you say this is just natural wasted, Councillor Evans, but actually we need to actually enhance this team, to improve this team, to make it actually perform better, because actually enforcement, you are saying, doing their best, but no one's saying they're not doing their best, but the response times and the action is taking far too long. They are not delivering for the residents in the Winchester district. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Weston. I'll call on Councillor Weir, if I may, please. Councillor Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can I start by congratulating the Liberal Democrat leadership team and senior officers who are with us tonight in all they've achieved over the past tumultuous year to bring it to a close with a balanced budget. It's been a superb team effort. And despite the enormous financial challenges of the past year, this administration is now presenting a forward-looking budget that will continue to deliver on our ambitious council plan. Above all, it continues to move the council towards its commitments on climate change, responding to the council vision of resilient and sustainable Winchester district. This budget provides a sound underpinning of the council's financial resources and assurance of the ongoing determination to balance budgets over the medium term. I know the Liberal Democrat administration is acutely sensitive to the difficulties faced by many households, particularly those which have the least flexibility in replacing lost income. This is addressed positively in the additions to the Hardship Fund and appropriately through the HRA budget, which we'll discuss later. The public, I think, understand, even if members opposite don't, that good services come from fair taxes and reasonable charges for opt-in services. This budget continues our work to rebuild and deliver strong, sustainable base for delivery of our services and our zero carbon vision. This after years of real terms contraction under the Conservatives, when revenues failed to keep up with cost rises, profligacy and failed vanity projects. This Liberal Democrat administration has risen to the financial challenge of COVID over the past year. It has taken the tough decisions on where to make the unavoidable savings and how to target expenditure and support to give our communities the best chance of recovery when the crisis is over. I believe this is the right budget for this time and I urge Council to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weir. Now I'll call on Councillor Horrell, please. Councillor Horrell.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak in this debate. And may I begin by saying thank you to the officers who have worked tirelessly throughout the year and to prepare the budget, working all sorts of different scenarios, all different possible outcomes. They are to be commended, I think, for their tireless efforts financially throughout the year. And yes, it has been tough and we must have a balanced budget, but we have received significant funds from the Conservative government, over £8 million, I believe. And we're recommending moving some of the latest COVID-19 related support monies to the transitional reserve. So all is not quite as bleak as some might want us to think. We are a council, unlike many others, still supporting the arts, giving grants to our local communities, delivering new and improved sport and leisure facilities at Bar End and Meadowside, still working towards our climate change objectives and still holding significant reserves. So do not let the Liberal Democrats tell you the council is broke, and this is why they're hitting residents with increased fees and charges. We have over £21 million in reserves, money for rainy days, £63 million worth of assets, without including our housing stock. Sadly, despite all of this, it is clear from the strategy employed in this budget before us today that the residents of the district must pay at every turn. New fees and charges, and I'm sorry, Councillor Cutler, you should have brought that paper to councillors and you've avoided that. It's going straight to Cabinet. Really poor governance. Increased fees and charges, a council tax rise, and so the list goes on. We just know about the average. We don't quite know where they will hit our residents. So why are we hitting the pockets of our residents during these challenging times? It simply isn't fair when they have so much to contend with in their own personal lives at this time. It is the staff who've also been impacted, despite all they have done in the last year. We have 20 plus heads removed from this budget. And it's not just the tidying up of posts maybe not filled, but heads removed from key services such as housing, planning, revs and benefits. Councillors, that is why we should reject the budget recommended tonight. There are alternatives. There are different choices to be made. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harrell. I'm calling on Councillor Thompson, please, for the next contribution. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It will come as no surprise that I will be supporting this budget. I don't know where members of the opposition have been in the last year, but this has been an incredibly turbulent year, which has led to huge demands on our staff and budgets as the pandemic continues, because it's not gone away yet. In all the time I've spent in local government, I've not known anything like it. Our officers and staff have been stretched to the limit, and it is to their enormous credit, and with our grateful thanks, that they have helped us produce the balanced budget before you. Let's just remind ourselves that it was only back in September when we found ourselves facing a budget deficit of over £10 million. We had no option then but to introduce a revised budget setting out how we will address the shortfall. We took difficult decisions then, but we managed it. We went into this budget with a forecast deficit of 3.7 million, another huge amount to find in savings, and in the knowledge that the longer the current lockdown continues, the more likely that this projection will also need to be revisited. But in spite of these challenging times, we have not only managed to keep our key services going, but we've also managed to introduce new ones. More recycling with our terrific bin men, now picking up small electrical items, batteries, expanded our glass collection, and of course the introduction of the new garden waste collection. We are now recycling more than we have ever done. Throughout the last 12 months, we have kept our essential services going, and in this budget, we can promise that we will do so for the next financial year. But also, we added new urgent emergency support for our businesses, the vulnerable and the homeless. We will keep these going as well. Our phone lines have been kept open, and we set up a dedicated helpline for businesses. We introduced regular emails to all residents who had signed up to the service, as well as one to our business community. At scrutiny, I remember the Conservatives suggesting that we were tinkering around the edges in our budget. Managing savings of the magnitude that we face, while still finding ways not only to support our council plan priorities, but also supporting our communities and businesses, both during the pandemic and helping the recovery, is in my book much greater than just tinkering around. Importantly, this budget makes provision to support a number of our key projects. Additional staff to support the delivery of the Winchester movement strategy, improving facilities at our Meadowside Leisure Centre, and of course building and opening our new leisure centre. Increased provision for local council tax support, and of course money set aside to fund essential work towards the regeneration of central Winchester. In addition, we are continuing to offer grants to organisations who need them most. Just how many councils in these COVID times are still able to boast a grants budget? I suspect very few. In the HRA, which we'll come to later, we are increasing the amount that we spend on energy saving measures, pushing this figure up to £15 million over the next 10 years. And this is great news that will enable our tenants to tap into cheaper, cleaner fuel to heat their homes, and ensuring that they don't feel left behind in the drive to cut carbon emissions. We are also putting aside £500,000 to support our tenants who have been struggling during the crisis. It has been almost a year since our lives were changed and we began with the first lockdown. And we know that it has been particularly hard for our vulnerable tenants. And this extra finance ensures that we can directly target those that need help most. So I think in these really challenging times, it is really remarkable that we've been able to not only produce a balanced budget, but also produce a budget that allows us to push ahead on our priorities. So in spite of the significant amount of savings we've had to make, and in spite of the huge impact that COVID has had on our finances, this is still an ambitious budget. This budget will allow us to continue to support our most vulnerable residents during the continuing COVID crisis, while at the same time deliver our vital services across the district that all our residents depend on. So once again, on behalf of the council and local people, I want to thank our fantastic staff who've worked so hard in such difficult circumstances and continue to service us so well during this crisis. I will be supporting the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. I've just been informed that Councillor Lumbee, due to unforeseen circumstances, has had to leave the meeting and will not be able to return. Can I just confirm that that is the case and Councillor Lumbee isn't still online? No, I believe he has left the meeting and he will not be returning. Next in line is Councillor Godfrey, please. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In business, as in the military, it is essential to be decisive, to assess the situation, work out what you want to achieve, and then to take action to deliver it. It should be no different in public service. This budget, both for revenue and capital papers, demonstrate a significant lack of decisiveness. There are some good ideas coming forward, even some action plans, but there is no evidence of any real substantial progress. The council needs to reduce its expenditure. So why do we continue to salami slice rather than make the tough decisions to focus on just the important functions? The council needs to generate income, but all this administration is proposing is raising taxes and charges, leading the residents at every opportunity, and then just putting the money raised in reserves, doing nothing to change things going forward. One of the challenges of being a political activist is the need to have principles. The administration is clearly not good at this, as they have set themselves the challenge to deal with the climate emergency, an admirable challenge requiring a strong and decisive response, and so far they have delivered no net gain in this noble challenge. Rather, by their dither and delay on major decisions, and by discouraging the recycling of garden waste by large numbers of households in Winchester, they have made matters worse. This budget contains no significant investment by this administration in Winchester to make it a better place to live, work or visit. They cut grants, they reduce key staff, they increase charges, and then squirrel all the extra money away for a rainy day. Now is the rainy day. Now is the time for action, to use our position of leadership to take Winchester forward. With the huge support the government is giving to Winchester to protect it from the worst effects of the pandemic, £8 million this year with more to come, I'm sure. Winchester City Council needs to start showing that there is a future for businesses and its community in this district. This budget does not clearly demonstrate this. Mr. Mayor, I oppose this budget, and I now wish to move an amendment to the substantive motion.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Godfrey, may I ask you to move your amendment in that case, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Details of the amendment will be circulated by email and on Teams in the chat function by officers. This amendment is focused on three main areas: We must give the local economy more support to recover from a lockdown by reducing the barriers to customers using local businesses. We must start by removing the charges for parking in the evenings and on Sundays. These charges raise money for the council, but harm life in the district. Secondly, we must fund our services that protect Winchester and its residents from inappropriate development, and which contribute to making Winchester a great place to live, work and visit. We need more planning officers, not fewer, so that the local plan can be developed and delivered, so that it can be enforced, and so that it is interpreted in ways that our residents expect. This amendment proposes to reinstate the £149,000 per annum that the administration wants to remove from the planning budget. Thirdly, I want to change the budget to increase recycling and support the least well-off in our district to be able to play their part in addressing the challenges of climate change. By charging for garden waste collection, this administration is, once again, dipping their hands into the pockets of our residents. It is also reducing the number of households that recycle their garden waste. Many of those households that cannot afford to pay for garden waste collection are on means-tested benefits. So I propose that those households, probably around 5,000 homes in total, should be able to request a brown bin without charge. The marginal cost to the council of this change is not great, estimated to be around £100,000 a year in the first year, but it will increase recycling by those who cannot afford to pay for the privilege. We will also make allowance in the budget to stop charging for garden waste collection service at the end of the first subscription year to further increase recycling rates. To pay for these changes, I want to remove the 2% pay inflation assumption, some £350,000 a year. Council staff received a 2.9% pay increase this year, and the government is not going to fund or support any increase. As these changes will increase recycling more than anything that the administration is doing, we will use some of the mostly unused budget for delivering the climate action plan. I also propose to remove the transfer to the car park reserves for the next 2 years and some of the windfall that we have received by reduced pension contributions. Altogether, this covers the cost of my proposals for the next 2 years, giving us time to deliver income generation and cost reduction measures to continue with these changes. This will require the decisiveness that I believe only a Conservative administration can deliver. But I do ask you all to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Do you have a seconder for your amendment, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to second the motion, please. It's Councillor Horrell, and I'd like to reserve my right to speak, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Horrell. Now, we've received a lot of information there, members, and we need time, I think, to consider the details of this amendment. I feel that it is probably only reasonable, therefore, to call a short recess of about 20 minutes. It has actually been emailed to all members, and it is now on chat, as you can probably see if you open up your chat box. So I'm going to call an adjournment for 20 minutes for you to look at this and inform you of the information that you require in order to conduct a meaningful debate. Thank you.
Mr. May, just to confirm that we are seeking to adjourn the council meeting for 20 minutes to consider the amendment that's been proposed by Councillor Godfrey. Mr. Mayor, we will need to do a roll call of members on the return to check that everyone is present to hear the debate on the amendment and therefore the vote on the amendment. And to confirm, Mr. Mayor, it will be a recorded vote. The time is now 26 minutes past 7, Mr. Mayor, and we'd reconvene at 7:46, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Neil, your mic's still on. And yours, Brian.
Welcome back, members. I hope we're all online again. I'm going to call on David to do a roll call, please.
Good evening, members. David here again. I'll just do another roll call, as Mr. Mayor just said. Councillor Ackwell.
Present.
Councillor Becker.
Hi again. Present.
Councillor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Bentote.
Yes, present.
Councillor Bronk.
Still present.
Councillor Brooke. Councillor Brooke. I'll return to Councillor Brooke at the end. Councillor Clear.
Present.
Councillor Clementson. Councillor Clementson.
Sorry. Yes, I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cook.
Present.
Councillor Krask.
Present.
Councillor Cunningham.
Present.
Councillor Cutler.
Present.
Councillor Evans.
Present.
Councillor Fern.
Present.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, present.
Councillor Gemmell.
Present.
Councillor Godfrey.
I am present.
Councillor Gordon-Smith.
Present.
Councillor Green.
Present.
Councillor Griffiths.
Present.
Councillor Hiscock.
Present.
Councillor Horrell.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Humbee's left the meeting. Councillor Hutchison.
Present.
Councillor Laming.
Present.
Councillor Lurney.
Present.
Councillor Lumbee.
Present.
Councillor Mather.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
Present.
Councillor Miller.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Present.
Councillor Pearson.
Present.
Councillor Porter.
Present.
Councillor Power.
Present.
Councillor Prince.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present and awake.
Councillor Raffel.
Here.
Councillor Rutter.
Present.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, present, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Present.
Councillor Todd.
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Present.
Councillor Weston. Councillor Weston.
Oh, it won't.
Councillor Weston.
I'm here, present. It won't switch on.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Present.
Thank you. I'll just return to Councillor Brooke. Councillor Brooke.
Yes, I'm present. Sorry, I was searching for my charger in the drawer.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. As this is an amendment to a recommended minute of Cabinet, there are no questions to be asked at this one, with this one, and so I'm going to move directly into debate. But prior to the debate, I'm going to call on Section 151 Officer Richard Botham for his comments, please, at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Am I clear?
You are.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
thank
are.
you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, right. I just wanted to confirm that the council has a duty to agree a balanced budget for next year. It also has to agree a medium-term financial strategy to demonstrate how it would address future deficits. Appendix 1 of CAB 3289 illustrates a balanced budget and projects a deficit of 0.6 million by 24-25, with sufficient resource in the transitional reserve at 3.1 million to cover deficits to this time if required. The proposal set out in the appendix to the amendment does meet the council's statutory requirements that I've just set out. However, I do need to bring to members' attention that these amendments are not fully funded in the medium term and do result in an increased projected deficit of 1.67 million in 23-24 and 1.75 million in 24-25. Under this proposal, the transitional reserve reduces to 1.4 million and would not be sufficient in isolation to fund these projected deficits. Solutions for funding these deficits would need to be identified within the next 18 months. The other point I wanted to bring to members' attention was that in agreeing the budget in February 2020, members did set some pretty stretching income targets in relation to asset management, amounting to increasing to £600,000 a year by 23-24. So any savings in relation to asset management to address the projected deficits would need to be in excess of that 600,000, which is already included in the base budget. That's all I wanted to say on the proposals as they stand, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Richard. I'm going to start the debate with Councillor Porter, please. Councillor Porter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was actually amazed and outraged at Councillor Godfrey's suggestion today. We have a previous member who in the debate earlier had actually said that our staff feel undervalued and not paid enough, and that's why we lose them. It's not, they often go for promotion. And now Councillor Godfrey is suggesting that our staff, who are so hardworking, many who have even not taken all their holiday this year because they've been so busy, should not be valued by a small increase. I think it's outrageous. Reserves are there as a reserve, not to balance a budget. Who knows what will happen at the moment? We have no idea what income this year's, what will happen this year. We're being told that we can unlock down, but we may lock down again. Certainly our government doesn't know what's going to happen this year, and I'm sure that we don't either. 70 staff man the planning department. This is more than in any other Hampshire council. Our own staff are fully aware that actually it's more members of the DM department, the development management, than in any other district. And so they know themselves that this is an area where we can make changes. And certainly that's where the cuts have been. But we do also know that that's where our enforcement team can be strengthened. And in fact, only this week, actually interviews have been taking place. So I really do say that this budget that's been brought forward today is unrealistic by the Conservatives, is unrealistic, and it's certainly very ungenerous towards our own staff who have been so generous in giving their time to us in the last 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I'm calling on Councillor Williams, please. Councillor Williams.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel that the budget feels full of contradictions and sort of counter to everything that the opposition are claiming they hold dear. This pandemic has impacted the world in ways that nobody expected, and yet it is well documented that a climate emergency will have the same impact. And yet, in one breath, they ask to have parking charges removed in the city centre and for everything to be free in the evenings and on Sundays. They still are free in a number of car parks. We're only trying to reduce pollution within the air control zone. They also want to slash 150,000 from the climate emergency budget this year and 130,000 next year. They are not thinking and caring about the environment. This is unacceptable, and it is not in keeping with the climate emergency that has been declared here in Winchester with much approval of most of the residents. Climate emergency is one of the biggest issues, and most people who are asked will say, and I think the numbers are about 84% of people want governments and politicians to do more, and yet this budget wants us to do less, and therefore I would be opposing anything to do with this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too will not be supporting this amendment. I think it's absolutely outrageous that the opposition have produced this sort of rag, bag and bobtail of ideas before us tonight without any previous inkling that they intended to come up with various suggestions on the budget. We all know that we've been through, it's been through scrutiny, it then went through cabinet, and none of these points were raised then, and there was absolutely no inkling. I think just out of courtesy it would have been right for you to have indicated to us that you were intending to bring an amendment forward tonight. You know we've got a full agenda. We don't particularly want to be online until midnight, and yet you've produced this. And I would also like to echo the comments of both Councillor Porter regarding the staff. I think that is absolutely outrageous that you are suggesting that the very people who have been on the front line sorting out our delivering of prescriptions, paying out the benefits to businesses, the council tax relief, the very people who have been working absolutely round the clock to ensure that not only are all the money that has been coming down from government goes out of the door quickly, and also working to ensure that our essential services are still running across the district. I think it's absolutely appalling that you've decided that no, those very same people do not qualify for a pay rise, and I can't even believe that you've come up with that suggestion. I would also like to echo the comments that Councillor Williams has just made on our climate emergency. We hear at each cabinet meeting, we hear a number of opposition councillors coming to us asking questions. What are we doing on the climate emergency, and how they generally support that overarching priority that we have. And yet when it comes down to it, what do they want to do? Basically allow everybody to come and drive into Winchester, park in the central car parks, and not be charged to do so, when it is one of the areas of the air quality management area that we need to make vast improvements is in the centre of Winchester. So it just doesn't make sense to me, and I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Calling on Councillor Gemmell now, please. Councillor Gemmell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Where do I start? There is something about the ignorance that's just been displayed about the first thing that's just been debated, the provisional pay rise that you've budgeted for. Do you not realise that we don't have local pay negotiations? We're following the national line, and yet you've put a pay rise in for that. It's not there. It's not going to happen, but you're taking the money out of your budget and putting it aside as a provision. Yes, another little pot you can dig into when you fail on something else. Our evening economies, our weekend economies, people are not coming out and parking in our local shops. And as for enforcement and planning, we really need some strength there. You are a joke in our local planning meetings. It's just not happening. And all this hide behind anonymous complainants. How anonymous do I have to be when I stand up and say, I am not having enforcement visit? I'll leave it at that. I mean, I will support this amendment. You're barking up the wrong tree with your vanity projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gemmell. Calling on Councillor Evans, please. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to comment on the detail because I don't think this has been presented in a professional manner, and I'm so disappointed in you, Councillor Godfrey. Why did you not send this round to email so we could have looked at it and thought about it, discussed it? But no, we've got a long list stuck up on the screen. I went back to it, and I had to keep putting my finger on all the different parts. It's unrealistic, as Councillor Porter said, it's unprofessional. It hasn't been widely through the other committees, as Councillor Thompson said, and there's no way I can support something presented in this manner. So disappointed. In the 26 years that I've been in this equivalent of this meeting, I've never seen the opposition's budget presented in this way. Impossible to judge it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Can I move to Councillor Clementson, please? Councillor Clementson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having now had the benefit of seeing these amendments, albeit briefly, which provide an alternative budget proposal overcoming many of the concerns I had with the budget put before us, I believe these are both reasonable and positive amendments which will enhance the budget for the benefit of our residents. Would it not be beneficial, therefore, if for once we could put aside our political differences and work together as a council to incorporate these amendments to produce a budget with which we are all agreed and which we can present to our residents as the best possible solution to provide the quality services we can achieve in these dire times? It would be a refreshing response from both sides of the chamber, and one that can only serve to help our residents, many of whom are truly struggling. As pointed out by Councillor Horrell, the increase in deficit raised by Richard, there is sufficient funds in the reserve which are held to be used in a crisis, and this pandemic is an unprecedented crisis, is it not? I take Councillor Porter's point regarding the staff pay increases, but sadly we are all suffering, and it would be wrong for this council to show their appreciation of staff in this way whilst many are losing their jobs elsewhere. Indeed, we heard a question from a member of the public this evening relating to the pay of care workers who are on a less than minimum wage in real terms. They have also worked extremely hard. I will therefore support this amendment and hope that for once we can all do what is right for the people who fund this council. Thank you.
Very much indeed, Councillor Clementson. I call on Councillor Lemming, please. Councillor Lemming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really quite frustrated by this late amendment. It's basically fiscally naive. I think it's the best word of putting it. We have to have a balanced budget. This does not come out as a balanced budget. We know that we're in the middle of a pandemic crisis. we don't know how long this crisis is going on for. So therefore, it is important to be able to spread our reserves out over a period of time, not just spend them at the moment. I hear from Councillor Godfrey that we need a battle plan. Well, as any military person should know, you set an objective, then you set your plan, because you know that as soon as the feet touch the ground on the attack, the plans change. I cannot support something so ill-conceived as this. I'm very disappointed in Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lemming. Can I call on Councillor Brooke, please? Councillor Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was mentioned earlier that everything about this pandemic has been uncertain and hard to predict in nature, and absolutely it is, as is what is going to come in the coming year. Few things in life are certain: death, taxes, and the fact that Lib Dems will take full advantage of the full increase in council tax. That's the only three things I can think of that are certain. It's already been stated this evening that you've also already introduced some additional services, and you're funding these by taking money away from the residents who so dearly need the extra pennies in their pockets right now. These services that weren't consulted on just to make political gains with the carbon neutrality of the district, which of course to all of us is incredibly important. But some of the things such as recycling of batteries, is that part of our, will they need to be shipped off? Does that make us carbon neutral, or does the actual taking of them away and recycling negate some of that carbon neutrality? I am fully supporting this amendment. This amendment makes practical sense for both our residents who so dearly need that extra money at this time and for this council. So I'll be supporting this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Todd. Councillor Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose I should be unsurprised in a situation where we inherited a budget with a £19 million hole in it and no plan to address it, that we get a proposal from the Conservatives for another unfunded plan and a laughable plan to fund it. The plan they've put forward is essentially to raid reserves, raid pensions, raid staff pay increases, and raid reserves in a context of extreme uncertainty. We have put 20% reduction in revenue in the plan. It could easily be 25%. And we need to be ready and preparing our finances in a way that gives adequate justice to that. If you have a look at the paper that they put forward, by the end of 21-22, the transitional reserve is 1.4 million. And if you look at 25-26, strangely, they've drawn the box to exclude this, the deficit is 3.2 million. That's more than the transitional reserve. And the plan that they have to address this, they say, is that the magic investment plan, that somehow within the next 2 years they can put together a program that will generate revenue. Well, you had 8 years, and in 8 years the only plan that you came up with that actually generated revenue was to move the council's garages from the housing revenue account to the general fund. That was it. That was all you managed in 8 years. And yet supposedly in what is about to be extraordinarily difficult times, where property companies are suffering because of the collapse in city centre usage, where businesses generally are under enormous pressure, supposedly a party that failed in 8 years of relatively comfortable and positive financial environment can somehow magically in a much more difficult period come up with money that they absolutely failed to do in the past. And as I read through the proposals, it was clear to me also that you don't even properly understand the council's current financial situation. You are, for example, underestimating how much revenue you will need to find to cover garden waste charges. As of today, this financial year, we've already delivered £780,000 worth of revenue on garden waste, and the money continues to come in. And there's a deeper point here, which is also that you're misrepresenting the situation in terms of what we're doing. Now, one of the things that was said by Councillor Godfrey is that we haven't cut carbon. That's not true. We've cut carbon by more than 30%. He also said that the garden waste scheme will lead to a reduction in carbon. And that's also not true, because we've deliberately modelled it on another council which has a higher recycling rate of garden waste than we do. The main difference being, the only difference being, that we have charged much less than they have. And indeed, one thing he doesn't mention is that the reason why every single council in Hampshire, without any exception, including all the Conservative ones, has moved to chargeable garden waste is because of the county council's decision to take, in our case, £500,000 a year of recycling income away, which we have had to cover in some way rather than increasing council tax or some other charge. And so the situation we have is an amendment, frankly, that doesn't add up. It has ludicrous, unreal assumptions that the Conservatives can suddenly generate investment income somehow magically in a way that they failed to do in 8 years controlling the council. It comes forward with proposals for the different parts of the scheme that show they don't understand the carbon impact of recycling. They don't understand what the carbon impact and how we're managing the garden waste proposal. They talk about being wanting to be keen on the environment and ignore the fact that parking for most of the car parking spaces in Winchester remains free in evenings and weekends. It's just in the central air quality management area that a charge has been introduced. So we have a plan that doesn't add up. We have a plan that not only doesn't add up, but has completely unrealistic assumptions as to how they might make it add up at some point in the future, based on a record of failure in managing the finances when they ran the council. We don't need to go back to more Conservative failure in managing the council, particularly not in these financially challenging times. We can't afford more Conservative failure in managing the council's finances, and therefore I would urge everybody to oppose this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson, please. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have several comments to make on this amendment. First of all, this amendment is simply uncosted in the medium term. We heard Mr. Botham at the beginning explaining we needed to balance the books over a period of time. It talks about the use of reserves, but currently, as Councillor Todd and others have said, we've allowed for a 20% loss cut in income. If the economy fully reopens, if our lives get back together, at the earliest, according to the Prime Minister's statement, on the 21st of June, we will have been in the third lockdown for another 6 months, not 6 months since January. That's the earliest. So at the moment, that 20% loss of income may not be enough. Tonight, we've had Councillor Lumbee say that we haven't shown our commitment to the climate emergency. He suggested it was a falsehood that we weren't completely committed. In this debate, Councillor Gemmell suggested that the climate emergency was a vanity project, the climate emergency that threatens all our future lives and the way we live, a vanity project. And what we see in this amendment is cuts to the work we are doing to address the climate emergency. I want to take Councillor Godfrey to task as well on his comments about car parking in the city at the weekends and on Sundays and in the evening. There is no evidence to show that the introduction of charges in the air quality management zone, which is only the very central car parks, has had any impact on the number of people coming to the city, even during the pandemic. And in fact, there are many car parks that are free within a few minutes walk of the city centre. Councillor Gemmell suggested that these charges were having an impact on the market towns. As far as I'm aware, the market towns do not charge on Sunday or in the evening, so this is also wrong. I cannot support this amendment. I'm astounded by it. I'm crossed by it. whatever the issues are around the 2% reserve that we've put in for a pay increase to staff regarding what we can or cannot do. The point is, opposition members over and over again in every meeting say we'd like to thank council staff for all their hard work during the pandemic. And yet the message they want to send is, despite many years of having had their public sector pay cut or at least frozen, that at this time, when those very council staff have done beyond what we could all imagine, worked longer hours, given up holidays, the message they want to send is we don't value you. So I do not support this amendment.
Councillor Ferguson. Can I call on Councillor Power now, please? Councillor Power.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This proposal is reminiscent of the Tory budgets we used to see before we took control, with a medium-term financial strategy reliant on wishful thinking and fresh air. It's a proposal that plays to the crowd in a deeply irresponsible fashion, throwing both climate change and the staff under the bus. In fact, it is reminiscent of the treatment of the Northern Irish and the fishermen in another place. I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Power. Councillor Krask, please. Councillor Krask.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think I'm concerned about this Conservative amended budget, that it's based on a flawed understanding. And I've heard it from a number of the Conservative councillors around the enforcement team. And I don't know if it's coming from comments from Councillor Lumbee, but we went through this in great detail with Councillor Lumbee under scrutiny, which I think is the right place for any budget to be detailed, to get a detailed analysis from us. Enforcement members are not being cut. We're not losing enforcement members. Where the posts are not being replaced is actually from the Development Management Service. And those non-replacements, that team restructure, I understand, as we talked about in scrutiny, is coming from recommendations from the department themselves, from a review of that department against their performance. And as the papers say, we're currently in the top quartile performance, but that is still not good enough for me. The Development Management Service, I think, does need to be improved. As we discussed at scrutiny, there is going to be some performance in process improvements, which for me are welcome, which are very much about reducing the amount of time that development management staff spend working, negotiating with developers. I think they should spend far less time negotiating with developers and getting to points of refusal far quicker, and forcing developers to go through the correct pre-planning process, and actually paying for the service that they should be getting, rather than development management spending so much time and inefficiencies trying to negotiate with developers rather than forcing them to go through the right way. So I think the improvements I'm hearing about in development management are the right thing to do. Hopefully that should reduce some of the time that is spent. But just to re-emphasize again, we're not cutting, or there's no suggestion from the team that enforcement members are cut. And I am struggling with the illogicality of hearing on one hand saying that the planning team are not paid enough and that we're losing our good planning people because we don't pay them enough. And then on the other hand, refusing to consider giving them pay rises. So I'm struggling with the flawed understanding behind this budget, behind this amendment, the lack of logic in the proposals that are being put forward, which don't seem to be addressing what we're trying to achieve, which is better services, by not paying for those services, but seeming to pay for an inefficient service. So it's not illogical at all. Which isn't to say that I didn't have questions around the Lib Dem budget. You know, for me, the 20% projection on revenue income loss, I think was a concern for me. I think there is a downside risk that it's going to be far greater than that. You know, we're not out of this pandemic by any means yet, and we don't know where it is going to go. And I think it's completely prudent and the right thing to do to be prepared for future shocks to come down the road. We have no idea what's going to come down the road, and it's completely appropriate, therefore, to be financially responsible and make sure we do have enough reserves to support us come what may. We don't know how central government is going to support local councils in the future, and we need to be prepared for that as we were in the previous budget. We're not being as prepared perhaps as I might like to see as other councils are being, with an increase in council tax. So a further increase in council tax above ours. So I do think on balance, I think this going with the original proposal is the right thing to do, and not with this amendment from the Conservatives. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Krask. I was just about to ask you to finish off. Councillor Reid, please. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last minute amendments. I have known last minute amendments come from the Liberal Democrats in exactly the same way, except we've been in the council chamber to debate them correctly. Some years, however, 2013, 15 and 16, the Liberal Democrats put forward no amended budget. And in fact, in 2020, I think it was, they walked out of the budget debate totally, leaving just one member behind, Councillor Rutter, to more or less relay what has been said. So the Conservatives are still in the room, so to speak, and hopefully putting up, as I said, I think in 2020, that the Conservatives always endeavour to put an amended budget. I think we mustn't forget what Mr. Botham has said, that the amendment is a balanced budget proposal rather. Wouldn't it be nice to agree in a sense with Councillor Clemenson? Let's think of the electorate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. I have a Councillor Power on a point of order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to correct the impression Councillor Reid has given. The occasion on which all the Liberal Democrats had to leave the chamber during the budget debate was because we were all trustees of local charities, which could be affected by a suggested cut to grant funding. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Power, it wasn't a point of order, it was probably it was a point of clarification more to the point. I'm going to call on Councillor Clare now, please. Councillor Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to speak, which I very rarely do in council. So some of you might be saying, my goodness me, Councillor Clare is speaking. I'm speaking. I was going to speak before the amendment, but I must say, Councillor Godfrey, how disappointed I am, and what an unprofessional way you have put this amendment to the council this evening. Councillor Clemenson, you made a good point about we should be working together. Well, what a pity that you cannot convey that to the members on the other side of our house, if you like. I am so disappointed in the Conservatives, disappointed in Councillor Godfrey. I take great issue with Councillor Gemmell when she had a go about the planning committee on which I sit, which I think we do a good job, and I think all the officers on planning do a brilliant job. Enforcement, I know in the past have had problems, but they are working very hard now under a very capable lady, so I ask that you give them time to get on with the job and stop moaning and groaning. We have brilliant staff, they work so hard, and if I was a member of staff at Winchester, I don't think I would ever vote Conservative. I am disappointed with you all this evening and I take great issue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clare. Thank you very much indeed for your contribution. Could I now call upon Councillor Pearson, please? Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was beginning to think time would run out. I just want to make one or two comments about the reference to the green waste that Councillor Todd made. Many people, if you've used Facebook comments, are already calling that a stealth task of up to £59 rather than the £39 that is on the Facebook websites. That is one of the costs, agreed. Bins that cost in Amazon about £56, but can surely be bought at a discount price from India as before. This licence fee covers the cost in the first year of the bins. From then onwards, it must be a profit as the rounds will still exist, even though they will be modified. Nonetheless, they still exist. Of course, there's a better explanation in published papers than a prominent cabinet member statement of the council. Why should people without gardens subsidise those with gardens? Now that really is a Pandora's box. The other question that I comment on this as well, well done the addition to the waste stream that you talk about, but as the answers to my question, which of course members may well have seen at the end of the agenda paper, it begs the question as to whether the increase in council rates that are quoted are being audited if they're not being part of the Project Integra waste stream. Does that suggest in the long term Winchester is going to leave Project Integra? I don't know. Perhaps should I inquire how many carbon miles will be used to get these materials to their disposal plants? Now, we're just talking about the green waste and suspending that cost out of 2022. I make that comment about the green waste because that is my province. I could also go on about the carbon saving through the power generation. You've signed up partnership with a company that has got 3 generation systems, all of which 2/3 of the power generated by fossil fuels. It isn't until you get to the management company of that power group that you suddenly find that in actual fact it's carbon neutral because of major offsetting. Oh, how moral is that? So, you know, one could go on about this. These amendments that have been put forward that you've all read are no later than many amendments over the 18 years that I've sat in council that have been submitted by Lib Dems to a Conservative group, often without being in writing. It happened on a number of occasions on the 2 point when I was mayor. So don't say that you're complaining about lack of warning, because it really does not hold water. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me speak.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Now I'm going to call Councillor Lumbee, who's the last contributor, before I call the seconder of the motion, Councillor Horrell, and then right of reply to Councillor Cutler. Councillor Lumbee.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief, Mr. Mayor. To take money out of the pockets of the staff who have worked so hard over the past year is an absolute disgrace. They have worked hard throughout and have been run into the ground by this crisis. It's incorrect to say that pay is set by national government. In fact, it's set by negotiations in between unions and the local government. Those negotiations haven't yet come to a resolution, and even if we wanted to impose a pay freeze on our staff, a modest provision would be sensible at this point. We actually can't guarantee that a pay freeze is achievable. Far from the council tax that's being proposed being the maximum, what's proposed in this budget is in the lower half of the Hampshire Authority rates. The top half is entirely occupied by Conservative authorities. So to say we're taking the maximum out of people's pockets, once again, is just blatantly untrue. The Conservatives talk about being decisive, but this amendment avoids difficult decisions, and just as in previous years, Councillor Godfrey is kicking the can down the road into the long grass. We have heard the concerns of our financial officers, and we should listen to them and reject this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Learning. Now to the seconder of the motion, Councillor Horrell, please. Councillor Horrell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is clear there are alternatives to this budget set by the administration. Residents should know there are choices, and despite the rather rude comments from the leader about the 3 specific proposals our residents have told us they want, we think the residents should know. As councillors, we are elected to represent and serve the citizens of the district, and what people want right now during a time of national crisis is support and compassion, not more taxation or fees. Let me put one untruth to bed, mentioned tonight, and a consistent story running through from the Liberal Democrats. They claim that the Conservative administration left a £19 million hole in the city's finances. Incorrect. The facts, however, are somewhat different. The council's audited accounts for the year ending the 21st of March 2019, the last year the Conservatives were in charge, show a surplus and an increase of reserves by 2.1 million to 59 million. The budget was announced for the year to March 2020 and was balanced and had a range of plans for efficiency savings and income generation to meet longer-term future needs, which we knew would exceed income. So yes, there was a challenge to be met, but we were open about that. However, the Lib Dem administration then took over and delayed all those plans, thus creating the deficit they now blame on us. Let me put another comment this evening in its correct understanding. This council has subscribed to a national pay policy. That is our policy. And so we are following a national direction. This administration does not have the ability, unless it changes its policy, to provide for a pay rise locally. So please be honest with residents and staff about what you can do. You speak so eloquently about the staff, and deservedly the staff have been fantastic. But you are the ones who are proposing to cut staff, more than 20 heads. In fact, it's us who want to put heads back into the budget in recognition of what we need to do. It is completely inaccurate to say these matters have not been raised before. Clearly, many of you were not listening well enough to the comments made by myself or Councillor Lumbee at the very recent Cabinet meeting. You judge us on the amendment being given out tonight, but you've clearly forgotten the night you passed paper copies out in the council chamber when we were leading the council, or the years you were unable to put forward an alternative budget, you just opposed ours. You have replied tonight with inaccurate comments. I'm sorry about that. It is not good for the council. Unless I heard incorrectly, our 151 officer said the budget was balanced, not as was said by one of the contributors. You have pounced on the funding, but you're ignoring the wishes of the electorate. They want the local economy to be strong, and they want to support it after the pandemic enforced lockdown. And they want us to reduce the barriers to customers using local businesses. They want us to say our city is open. And the simple way to do that is to make parking charges in the evenings and on Sundays free. Many districts have indeed been more determined and abolished car parking altogether to help in the short term. We would commit to do this. Our residents have told us they want us to keep resources, not reduce them. We need more officers, not fewer, and so the local plan can be developed and delivered. Therefore, we will keep 3.5 posts in the planning team and use this resource to the best effect for planning enforcement. Have we all forgotten the garden waste stealth tax introduced by the Liberals in February? If you're a Band D council taxpayer, you will have paid 143p, £443 and 9p this year to Winchester, and we're now demanding an additional £59 per annum for the garden waste collection, which amounts to an enormous 41% increase. Where would any other organisation have the audacity to propose such an increase? Many of the households can't afford to pay for the garden waste collection, and so we propose these households should be able to request a brown bin without charge. We will also make allowances in the budget to stop charging in the future as the first subscription comes to an end. 3 simple choices residents have told us they want, of which we can afford and give back to our residents. We can help support the economy, help provide a premium planning and enforcement service, and help to ensure that the garden waste service can be afforded by all. The stakes are high for our district. If you want action, then please vote for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harrell. I'll now pass to Councillor Cutler for his right of reply. Councillor Cutler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My fellow Liberal Democrat councillors have been incredibly articulate this evening in recognising the nonsense, the astonishing nonsense of this amendment. I'm sorry, Councillor Clemenson and Reid. I understand your view that perhaps we should try to reach consensus. You cannot reach consensus by being bounced at the last minute when we've had a detailed discussions for 3 months about this, and every discussion we've had in both in scrutiny and in cabinet have been criticisms but no answers as to how things will be funded. Now we know. Councillor Godfrey is going back to his same old defer, use up reserves and build up a deficit for the future. Councillor Horrell talks about it being untrue that there was a £19 million hole in the budget. Look at the 2018 medium-term financial strategy passed by the Conservative administration. It had 4 years cumulatively adding up to £19 million loss. This approach, the approach that Councillor Godfrey seems to have learnt no lessons from, is to use reserves that will need to be used every year because you haven't taken out any long-term costs. To use reserves and therefore building up deficits for the future. He talks about economic investment, but has never come up with any ideas. Never come up with any ideas. And looking closely at the papers, if he'd bothered to read them, he will notice that all the capital programs, many of whom instigated by the previous administration, fail to generate income for the council in the first few years. If he's used up all the reserves, how are we going to prepare for and fund any economic investment? So as my colleagues have pointed out, so many of the aspects of the contradictory nature of this amendment, the last minute nature of it, the political opportunism of this amendment, I will be voting against it, and I hope that we can then move on to pass the original proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. I'm now going to move to a vote on the amendment, which will be a recorded vote. And I'll now ask Democratic Services to call out the names.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Right, I will now once again run through an alphabetical list of members. So if you'd like to please indicate if you are for, against or abstain on the amendment that's has been discussed. Councillor Ackwell.
Against.
Councillor Becker.
Against.
Councillor Bell.
Against.
Councillor Bentote.
Against.
Councillor Bronk.
Against.
Councillor Brooke.
For.
Councillor Clear.
Against.
Councillor Clementson.
For.
Councillor Cook.
For.
Councillor Krask.
Against.
Councillor Cunningham.
For.
Councillor Cutler.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Fern.
Against.
Councillor Ferguson.
Against.
Councillor Gemmell.
For.
Councillor Godfrey.
For.
Councillor Gordon Smith.
Against.
Councillor Green.
Against.
Councillor Griffiths.
For.
Councillor Hiscock.
Against.
Councillor Horrell.
For.
Councillor Humby has left the meeting. Councillor Hutchison.
Against.
Councillor Laming.
Against.
Councillor Learning.
Against.
Councillor Lumbee.
For.
Councillor Mather.
For.
Councillor McLean.
For.
Councillor Miller. Councillor Miller.
For. Sorry.
Councillor Murphy.
Against.
Councillor Pearson.
For.
Councillor Porter.
Against.
Councillor Power.
Against.
Councillor Prince.
Against.
Councillor Reid.
For.
Councillor Raphael.
For.
Councillor Rutter.
Against.
Councillor Scott.
For.
Councillor Thompson.
Against.
Councillor Todd.
Against.
Councillor Weir.
Against.
Councillor Weston. Councillor
For.
Weston.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Against.
Thank you, members. Just give us a moment just to tot up. So the motion is the amendment is lost. Members, the motion is lost, and so the motion goes back to the original. Yeah. Substantive.
Yeah,
Substantive recommended minute.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, to confirm that was the amendment put by Councillor Godfrey has been lost, and we're now moving back to the substantive.
Councillor Todd. Councillor Todd, as the seconder of the substantive recommended minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the chance to summarise a few points that haven't been covered earlier in the debate. It has been a depressing exercise to hear the Conservatives once again making the same mistake that they made in the past of seeking to put forward a budget that doesn't add up for the long-term future in a sustainable way. And I would remind, as my colleague Councillor Cutler did, that all Councillor Horrell needs to do to understand her own proposal to leave the council with a £19 million £100 deficit and no plan to address it, is to look up on Google CAB 3131 Appendix A from Winchester City Council. It is her medium-term financial strategy. 2021, 2.4 million deficit, 21-22, 4.1 million deficit, 22-23, 5.4 million pound deficit, 23-24, 7.2 million pound deficit, adding up to 19 million pounds. And indeed, if I look at the proposals that are in front of us today on the same basis, they seek to put us from a situation where the finances are broadly under control to a combined deficit of 7 million pounds, and again, no plausible plan to address it. Various other points have been made that I think need to be addressed once again. Councillor Lumbee talked about the need to strengthen the enforcement team. Can I suggest he reads the papers more carefully in the future, because what he will see in the section of the paper that deals with staffing in the planning department is that it proposed, and indeed the people are being interviewed currently, to strengthen the enforcement team. What he wants is already in the budget. And there's an important point of clarification that relates to the point made by Councillor Weston about the amount that people pay in council tax. And I think it is an important point, because she said quite rightly that many people pay over £100 a month in council tax, and that is indeed true. But let's be absolutely clear who they're paying it to and how much they're paying. They are paying around, if they're on Band D, £112 a month to the county council. £1,350.45 is proposed for Band D tomorrow morning, a £64.17 increase, 4.99%. If you then look at the Police and Crime Commissioner, where at least they were elected as a Conservative, they are increasing council tax by £15 a year. If you then look at the range of other councils across Hampshire, you will see most of them are increasing council tax by £5 a year. We are increasing our share of council tax by £4.25 a year. Now, we should never be complacent about increases to council tax, but we should also be clear that that amounts to 8p per week for each household. So it's not an amount that we're happy to do, but it is an amount that we're forced to do because we are putting forward a prudent and sensible budget that addresses the challenges that we face. The core issue we have is that we face very difficult and challenging times. And this is not the moment for fantasy finance. When it came to investment projects to deliver revenue, we had 8 years of failure under the Conservatives. And saying that somehow magically it's acceptable to go forward, putting forward a new £7 million hole in the finances, because magically something that the same people failed to do in happier economic times is something they can do now, is not a sound basis for any kind of budget. We have put forward a budget that makes difficult decisions. We've had to make some hard choices. We've not faced the easy times relatively that the Conservatives might have faced in the past. But despite that, we're not just facing the challenge, the short-term challenge and medium-term challenge of COVID, supporting the vulnerable in a way that we are proud to have worked alongside officers who have done so much to support the vulnerable in our community. To help businesses, and again, we are proud to have had the chance to work alongside officers who have done an astonishing job ensuring that they have received their funds quickly and received as much support as we can possibly give them, while also thinking and planning for the long term in terms of how we as a council will help our area recover. At a time when some councils have cut services, stopped collecting certain types of waste, stopped answering the phone, our people in the service teams have done an amazing job, continuing to drive increased recycling, keeping our services running, keeping our phones running, and dealing with the challenges that people bring to us with great energy and continuity despite the challenges we face. And overall, in the face of this, not just preparing to face the challenge of COVID and the economic and social consequences that we have put together a budget to address, but also thinking about the other urgent climate challenge, which is the climate change. There's a reason we call it a climate emergency. There's a reason why we call it a climate emergency, and why at the city and at the county. It is an emergency. And again, the lackluster, half-hearted, half-baked ideas that the Conservatives are coming forward on that topic shows how, with what little seriousness they take it. So this is a budget that makes difficult decisions, but puts in place thought through proposals to address the very real short and medium term challenges of COVID and the immediate challenge also of climate change. It does so fairly. It makes difficult choices, but it is a budget that I believe we should all support with confidence, and I recommend it to this council.
Thank you. Just in time, thank you, Councillor Todd. So, as the mover of the substantive recommended minute, I'm going to call on Councillor Cutler for the right of reply, and does he wish to sum up?
Mr. Mayor, I think we've had a very, very lengthy debate on this. One of the things that strikes me and heartens me is that so many of the members of my group, the Liberal Democrat group, understand this budget through and through and support it in detail. Most years we've had a superficial response when Conservatives have been putting there, they've backed the budget but haven't really understood it. We've seen it so many times. This time it's clear that members of this administration, members of the Liberal Democrat group, have all grasped how important this budget is for the resilience of the council. They recognise the difficult decisions that we need to take. They recognise that we are in a situation where, although we predict a 20% fall in income, where most years the predicted income would vary hardly at all by the end of the year, we know that the variability and the risks of variance are so much higher. The irresponsible approach to use reserves instead of making the hard choices to make the savings would leave us wide open if income fell to a far greater extent than we are predicting at the moment. So, having had a very detailed debate, I have no hesitation in proposing that we accept the recommendations for this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. I'll pass to Lisa Kirkman now for the next part, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I remind the Council that a recorded vote is now required to be taken? Members, as a reminder, we are now voting on recommendations in report CL 160 and also on recommendations 1 through 5 of the recommended minute of Cabinet. Thank you.
As is required by the regulations, please can I now put the recommendations in report CL 160 and recommendations 1 through 5 of the recommended minute to a recorded vote. I will now ask Mr. Blakemore to call out your names and note each vote. So will you please indicate clearly if you are voting in favour or are against or are abstaining? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Ackwell.
For.
Councillor Becker.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Councillor Bentote.
For.
Councillor Bronk.
For.
Councillor Brooke.
Against.
Councillor Clear.
For.
Councillor Clementson.
Abstain.
Councillor Cook.
Against.
Councillor Krask.
For.
Councillor Cunningham.
Against.
Councillor Cutler.
For.
Councillor Evans.
4.
Councillor Fern.
4.
Councillor Ferguson.
4.
Councillor Gemmell.
Against.
Councillor Godfrey.
Against.
Councillor Gordon Smith.
4.
Councillor Green.
4.
Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Griffiths. I'll return to Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Hiscock.
4.
Councillor Horrell.
Against.
Councillor Lumbee has left the meeting. Councillor Hutchison.
4.
Councillor Laming.
4.
Councillor Lurney.
4.
Councillor Lumbee.
Against.
Councillor Mather.
Against.
Councillor McLean.
Against.
Councillor Miller.
Against.
Councillor Murphy.
4.
Councillor Pearson.
Against.
Councillor Porter.
4.
Councillor Power.
4.
Councillor Prince.
4.
Councillor Reid.
Against.
Councillor Raffel.
Against.
Councillor Rutter.
4.
Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor Thompson.
4.
Councillor Todd.
4.
Councillor Weir.
4.
Councillor Weston.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Thank you. I'll just return to Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Griffiths, I can see you're on the call.
Yep. Sorry. Sorry. I had left the room for a moment. Can you remind me of the question? Apologies.
Councillor Griffiths.
Sorry, I haven't got any sound at the moment.
David, you're on mute then.
David, you're on mute.
Apologies, members. Councillor Griffiths, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Yep.
Okay. Councillor Griffiths, we're voting on the substantive recommended minute of the cabinet recommended minute through.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So I am. My response is against.
Thank you.
Apologies,
members, for that. Members, just give me a moment and we'll tot up the figures.
The decision on that is actually that the recommended substantive minute is passed. That's the substantive recommended minute has been passed. Thank you. We will now be voting on recommendations 6, 7, 8 and 9 of the Cabinet recommended minute. As is required by the regulations, I now put the recommendations to a recorded vote, and I will again ask Mr. Blakemore to call out your names and note each vote. So you will please indicate clearly if you are voting in favour of the motion or are against and or abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Ackwell.
For.
Councillor Becker.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Councillor Bento.
For.
Councillor Bronk.
For.
Councillor Brooke.
Against.
Councillor Clear.
For.
Councillor Clementson.
Abstain.
Councillor Cook.
Against.
Councillor Krask.
For.
Councillor Cunningham.
Against.
Councillor Cutler.
For.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Fern.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Gemmell.
Against.
Councillor Godfrey.
Against.
Councillor Gordon Smith.
For.
Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Griffiths.
Against.
Councillor Hiscock.
For.
Councillor Horrell. Councillor Horrell.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lumbee is not present. Councillor Hutchison.
For.
Councillor Laming.
For.
Councillor Lurney.
For.
Councillor Lumbee.
Against.
Councillor Mather.
Against.
Councillor McLean.
Against.
Councillor Miller.
Against.
Councillor Murphy.
For.
Councillor Pearson.
Against.
Councillor Porter.
For.
Councillor Power.
For.
Councillor Prince.
For.
Councillor Reid.
Against.
Councillor Raphael.
Against.
Councillor Rutter.
For.
Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor Thompson.
For.
Councillor Todd.
For.
Councillor Weir.
For.
Councillor Weston.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
For.
Members, thank you very much. We'll just have a quick look at those figures. The recommended minutes, the recommendations 3 to 9 of the recommended minute of Cabinet is passed. 6 through to 9, 6, 7, 8 and 9.
Mr Mayor, members are now required to consider the council tax resolution for 21-22, which is on pages 49 to 55 of your agenda pack. And again, a recorded vote is now required to be taken. Thank you.
Members, as is required by the regulations, I now put the council tax resolution on page 49 of the agenda pack to a vote, and I will ask Mr Blakemore to call out your names and note each vote. So you will please indicate clearly if you are voting in favour of the motion, or are against, or are abstaining. Thank you.
Members, I'll once again run through in alphabetical order. Councillor Ackwell.
For.
Councillor Becker.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Councillor Bentote.
For.
Councillor Bronk.
For.
Councillor Brooke.
Against.
Councillor Clear.
For.
Councillor Clementson.
Against.
Councillor Cook.
Against.
Councillor Krask.
For.
Councillor Cunningham.
Against.
Councillor Cutler.
For.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Fern.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Gemmell.
Against.
Councillor Godfrey.
Against.
Councillor Gordon Smith.
For.
Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Griffiths.
Against.
Councillor Hiscock.
For.
Councillor Horrell.
Against.
Councillor Lumbee is not present. Councillor Hutchison.
For.
Councillor Laming.
For.
Councillor Lurney.
For.
Councillor Lumbee.
Against.
Councillor Mather.
Against.
Councillor McLean.
Against.
Councillor Miller.
Against.
Councillor Murphy.
For.
Councillor Pearson.
Against.
Councillor Porter.
For.
Councillor Power.
For.
Councillor Prince.
For.
Councillor Reid.
Against.
Councillor Raphael. Councillor Raphael. I'll return to Councillor Raphael in a moment. Councillor Rutter.
For.
Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor Thompson.
For.
Councillor Todd.
For.
Councillor Weir.
For.
Councillor Weston. Councillor West. Thank you. Councillor Williams.
For.
Okay, I'll just return to Councillor Raphael. Councillor Raphael.
Councillor Raphael's microphone is open.
Councillor Raphael. Can members just bear with us? Councillor Raphael, are you able to cast your vote?
That's no vote cast, Mr. Mayor.
Hold on.
Oh.
Councillor Raphael? Mr. Mayor, I think we just have to assume that's a no vote cast for that.
No vote. No vote cast. Okay, if you could do this.
26 to 16, Mr. Mayor.
26 to 16. The recorded vote under the regulations on the Council Tax Resolution 21/22 is passed. I'll move on to agenda item 5B. The recommended minute of the Cabinet held on the 11th of February 2021, Capital Investment Strategy 21 to 31, CAB 3283. Please, Mrs. Kirkman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 5B is the recommended minute of Cabinet of 11th of February 21, which is set out on your agenda and also on page 58 of your agenda pack. Report CAB 3283 refers, and this is also in your agenda pack from page 59. The report's recommendations are with regard to approval of the Council's Capital Investment Strategy 21 to 31. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirkman. Councillor Cutler, would you move the recommended minute of Cabinet, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're all suffering from attrition at this stage. This paper sets out the principles of the capital strategy and details how capital spending relates to the different priorities in the council plan. What is perhaps not clear is that as climate change is also an overarching priority to this administration, significant progress in carbon reduction will be made within projects detailed under other priorities, since all projects are looked at to achieve outcomes related to the climate emergency. The paper sets out planned capital expenditure totaling 403 million in the period to 2031, of which 62.3 million is within the general fund and a very ambitious 340.7 million pounds within the housing revenue account. The largest part of this being the 239 million allocated to the new build programme to deliver 1,000 new homes, with a further 70 million allocated to major repairs and maintenance. The paper sets out the strategy for financing the capital programme and also the revenue consequences of the programme on both the general fund account and the housing revenue account. Members should note that the revenue consequence of the current capital programme to the general revenue account are negative till 24-25, and further additional capital expenditure without external funding will have an impact on the revenue account in the short term. Members should also note that whilst the SAP's scheme is designed to produce the double win of both social or regenerative value along with a return in income. To date, with the exception of the garage transfers from HRA, it has failed to produce significant income for the council. And although we continue to look for suitable purchases within the scheme, new stricter borrowing rules from the Treasury regarding borrowing for investment returns may make this type of investment more difficult. This capital programme represents those projects both approved and in train but subject to further appraisal. As we come out of the pandemic and it becomes clearer how much work and economic patterns have changed, we will undoubtedly be bringing forward further capital expenditure plans, particularly to support a greener, more sustainable recovery. I ask that Council approve the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. Do you have a seconder, please?
Mr. Mayor, I will second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving into questions, are there any questions, please? Questions first, debate later.
I put my name down for a question.
Who's that?
I think it's Councillor Weston.
Councillor Weston. Is that Councillor Weston?
Yes, I put it in the chat saying question, please.
Haven't got it.
We don't have that.
Don't have it.
Weston.
But if you have a question, please fire ahead.
Bizarre. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I apologise. I am writing in the chat, but there you go. I just want to ask the portfolio holder, because I just looked at this and I thought all the climate emergency projects seem to relate to the city and the urban areas, and not anything in the more rural areas. So I wondered how the council is engaging with the small businesses and individuals in the rural areas to make sure they are preparing business models. Sorry, I should put my camera on, shouldn't I? So they're preparing business models and development plans that look to the next 10 and 20 years while supporting the green agenda, and how they are going to be supporting more nature-based solutions.
Thank you
Thank you, Councillor Weston. As I said in my introduction, it's not just those projects that sit under the priority of tackling climate emergency, which will contribute to our carbon reduction. Some of the expenditure in other areas will also have the overarching view to always take into account carbon reduction. So there is a broader approach here, but initially, of course, our aim is carbon reduction within the council, and the reality is that the first stage of things is to actually improve or reduce our carbon production. The light's just gone out on me. I'm not moving around enough in this room. I'll just move. It should come on again. Right. I mean, energy saving, there you see it. So across the projects, that even within the priority on tackling climate emergency, as I say, mainly Winchester City Council owned offices to start with, although the electric vehicle charging points are across the district. And so an example, as we move forward, I mean, building 1,000 homes, they will be far more energy efficient. So that'll be across the district. And as I've said before, virtually all the vibrant economy schemes will all have elements of carbon reduction. So we have the depot at Bishop's Waltham and various other projects across the district. So I mean, we've done some work at Meadowside as well. I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Horrell, please. Councillor Horrell.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to ask a question of Councillor Cutler. Councillor Cutler, is it not the reality that your group, you and others, agreed many of the strategic asset purchases that came before the council in our administration? You agreed the idea of buying them and then repurposing or regenerating them. In fact, many of them came to our council meetings for approval. So why is it that the administration has failed to take up many of those opportunities and realise the benefits for the district, as demonstrated in the lack of activity in the current capital plan? Thank you.
Councillor Cutler.
Councillor Horrell has a question, I note, later in the meeting regarding the strategic asset purchase scheme. And so she already has the answer to this question. What we have found is that many of those bought, particularly for the central Winchester regeneration, the sheer cost of repurposing for short-term meanwhile uses mean that there would be no return. As I commented earlier, it's clear that with nearly all projects, the early stages are a cost to the revenue account, and we're in that position with most of those SAPS purchases at the moment. So I hope that satisfies you with an answer. I think you know the answer, but you're looking for a public response.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. I've no more questions, so I'm going to move into debate now. Councillor Scott, please. Councillor Scott.
Mr. Mayor, we are in 5D, aren't we, Mr. Mayor? Or have I jumped the gun?
5B.
This is not the HOA, is it?
No.
No, I've jumped the gun, so apologies, I'll come off this one.
Okay. Councillor Weir, sorry, Councillor Godfrey, please. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The strategy stated in these budget papers is to invest in assets to increase income and to maximise investments to replace government grants. The strategy is not being followed in this budget. The lack of ambition in this capital budget, regardless of the current uncertain times, is depressing and unnecessary. There are immediate challenges to the finances of the City Council from a pandemic, but the Council has a pivotal role in leading our community in these difficult times of crisis. The Council should be supporting our local businesses more actively by stepping in where the open market is not able to go. The capital budget is vital to this leadership role by providing the funding for the changes that are called for. It is commendable that the HRA is using all its resources to invest in new homes and refurbish the housing stock. The HRA budget is being recycled to good effect and with an ambition that the General Fund needs to emulate. The capital programme has no approved or even nearly approved projects going on beyond 1 year, and no major projects that were not started under Conservative administration. There is some funding for unspecified climate emergency projects in the future, but nothing that will address this emergency. The strategic asset purchase budget sits there with an approved spend available of over £18 million, but it is not used. Previously, as Councillor Horrell raised in her question, we purchased some major properties using this budget with the unanimous support of the full council, and now nothing is planned for those. Assets sitting idle, costing money in business rates, maintenance and security. The administration has no proposals on what is to happen to the depot or central Winchester or Station Approach or the Broadway properties or the Guildhall or Abbey House or West Wing or so many others. The council should be pressing on with schemes to bring employment to Winchester, to enhance Winchester as a visitor destination and as a great place to live. This capital budget is not being used properly to lead the change that Winchester residents and businesses are crying out for. They want optimism, opportunity and amenities. The council should use the capital budget to do something. Do anything. Stop this dither and delay that is the hallmark of this administration. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Can I call on Councillor Weir, please? Councillor Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our capital investment strategy is critical to the sound running of the council, maintaining vital buildings and assets that contribute efficiently to the delivery of council services. It also contributes to part of a balanced portfolio that can provide a degree of income security and scope for additional amenities. But this strategy should not be judged principally on its revenue generating potential. And the government's measures denying authorities access to Public Works and Loan Board loans for any purpose if they plan to purchase assets primarily for yield reinforces this view. The past year has been a turning point for the council in many ways, turning away from grandiose speculative schemes that may just about have washed their faces 2 years ago, but would be a drain on capital and reserves today, and turning towards measured investments carefully calibrated against market conditions. It is the right way forward. This administration and this council have a clear vision and an important role to play in directing investments in existing and future assets in ways that take Winchester District forward to a zero carbon status by 2030. The returns will be reaped by our children and our grandchildren. These are our legacy to them. I endorse this strategy, but hope that we will be able to be bolder in identifying opportunities to invest in carbon neutral infrastructure in future Liberal Democrat programmes. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Councillor Weir. I call on Councillor Horrell, please. Councillor Horrell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to speak again on the capital budget. As I mentioned earlier, we have over £60 million worth of assets, not including our housing stock. We're very lucky, we're very fortunate as a council to have that number of assets available to us. What I do not see is the effort of this administration to bring income into the council from the very considerable asset base that we own, perhaps apart from the recent changes to the Guildhall rental that we all agreed. We're still talking about central Winchester after 2 years, when we already had a fully supported SPD to develop the site. Unacceptable dither and delay. How do we think taking £2 million from the major investment reserve is going to redevelop the site when already the King's Walk figure being spoken about is £4 million? Is Central Winchester a grandiose scheme? Have you told the 3,000 people who supported the SPD and the development of that that is your view of it? It is not. It is appropriate that we, Winchester, redevelop that site after tens of years and give back to the residents what they are asking for. How is it that we have buildings standing empty and not generating cash? How is it that projects approved in 2018 and 19 by the Conservative administration are not yet started? Indeed, all of the things on the capital plan are actually things that we initiated several years ago and are coming to fruition in the future. I'm afraid it shows a lack of ability and commitment to take decisions, sometimes difficult decisions, and actually get things done. As a council, we need to stop reviewing and actually do things to bring resources into the council to support the services we need to deliver for the public. That is what our residents want. Not ever decaying assets, and not everyone moving out to Southampton or Basingstoke because there are better and different and new opportunities. For that reason, we should actually reject the capital budget this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. I'll call on Councillor Power now, please. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yet again, we seem to have a lot of wishful thinking on the other side of the council. There seems to be an overwhelming desire to build stuff, despite having no clear view of the revenue to be produced from such building, especially in such an unknown market. One of the advantages of viewing the capital expenditure programme through the lens of climate change is that it allows us to concentrate on the value of what we provide rather than the building. Those of us that attended the very useful training session on carbon in the built environment, and I think it was only Councillor Pearson that was there from the Conservative side, will be very aware of the embodied carbon in structures. We should be thinking very carefully before knocking anything down or indeed building anything up. I will be supporting this strategy because it takes a balanced view of what we can and should be doing to improve the life of residents, and that includes our local economy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Power. I'll now call upon the seconder of the recommended minute, Councillor Lurney, please. Councillor Lurney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The belief that there is a magic money tree still seems to be firmly entrenched in the Conservative group, despite their own failure to find it while in office. Ironically, some of the property offered for purchase by this council recently was owned by other local authorities who have failed to make money in Winchester. This administration has avoided the trap of overpaying for property in a mad chase for revenue, but we do still remain in the market for suitable regeneration opportunities which will fit the government borrowing criteria, and you can see that in the capital strategy. It is essential, as Councillor Weir pointed out, to remember that we will no longer be able to borrow cheap money from the Public Works Loan Board for assets primarily to generate yield. When you buy assets for regeneration, financial returns will take time, investment, architects' fees, consultants' fees, and all of those other things, which mean it will take even more time for investment to achieve a return. Regeneration done well does take time, it is expensive, and if done to maximise public benefit, the financial returns are likely to be relatively small, even if the public returns are great. We're progressing central Winchester in a way which will allow us to achieve the vibrant new quarter with great public spaces promised, even at a time of financial uncertainty. Proposals put forward for the area by the Conservatives would have cost rather than made this council money, and would now be obstacles to comprehensive redevelopment in a timely fashion. I am proud to be supporting this capital programme. Anyone who reads this paper will see, far from doing nothing, far from dither and delay, despite a pandemic and the economic insecurity, an enormous amount of investment is being carried out by this council. On the climate emergency, producing green energy and infrastructure and investing in energy efficiency, on providing new homes and maintaining and improving our existing council stock, on that green economic recovery, providing new workspace, park and ride, and that central Winchester regeneration we've talked about, and to provide improved sports and play facilities. You know, a widely divergent areas of investment, but which will all benefit our residents, which is what we all want at the end of the day. So I'm very happy to be seconding this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cutler, do you wish to sum up?
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, because I don't think people want to listen to too much more, and Councillor Lurney has summed up particularly well. One of the things I'm quite surprised by is that Councillor Godfrey continued his comments that he's made at every opportunity he's had, that there's no ambition, and there are all these things that could be done. Today he let the cat out of the bag. It was do something, do anything, but no ideas, no specifics. I'd half expected, having been ambushed by an ill thought out budget amendment, that we'd also get an amendment with this, with lots of the big shiny ideas that he seems to think are out there. We will take stock as the pandemic ends and as we understand the current circumstances, and there will be more capital projects. But one of the things that this council has been blighted with for the last 10 years is having too many major projects that the council does not have the capacity to deliver well. We will be more circumspect about this, and what we will deliver well. So I'd urge you to support this paper.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. Members, please can I now put the recommended minute of Cabinet on page 58 of the agenda pack to a vote. And I will now ask Mr. Blakemore to call out your names and note each vote. So you will please indicate clearly if you are voting in favour of the motion or are against or are abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify that this is not a recorded vote. However, members, I will be going through in alphabetical order once again. So if you could please indicate you are for, against or abstaining. Councillor Ackwell.
For.
Councillor Becker.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Councillor Bentote.
For.
Councillor Bronk.
For.
Councillor Brooke.
Against.
Councillor Clear.
For.
Councillor Clementson.
Against.
Councillor Cook.
Against.
Councillor Krask.
For.
Councillor Cunningham.
Against.
Councillor Cutler.
For.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Fern.
For.
Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Gemmell.
Against.
Councillor Godfrey.
Against.
Councillor Gordon-Smith.
For.
Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Griffiths.
Against.
Councillor Hiscock.
For.
Councillor Horrell.
Against.
Councillor Lumbee is not present. Councillor Hutchison.
For.
Councillor Laming.
For.
Councillor Lurney.
For.
Councillor Lumbee.
Against.
Councillor Mather.
Against.
Councillor McLean.
Against.
Councillor Miller.
Against.
Councillor Murphy.
For.
Councillor Pearson.
Against.
Councillor Porter.
For.
Councillor Power.
For.
Councillor Prince.
For.
Councillor Reid.
Against.
Councillor Raphael.
Against.
Councillor Rutter.
For.
Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor Thompson.
For.
Councillor Todd.
For.
Councillor Weir.
For.
Councillor Weston.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
For.
Thank you, members. Just give us a moment again.
The minute of Cabinet held 11th of February, Capital Investment Strategy is passed and carried. Moving to agenda item 5C, recommended minutes of Cabinet held the 11th of February 2021, Treasury Management Strategy 21-22, CAB 3282. Mrs. Kirkman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 5C is the recommended minute of Cabinet of 11th of February 21, which is set out on your agenda and also on page 101 of your agenda pack. Report CAB 3282 refers, and this is also in your agenda pack from page 103. The report's recommendations are with regard to approval of the Council's Treasury Management Strategy 21 to 22.
Thank you. Councillor Cutler, would you move the recommended minute of Cabinet, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to. This paper sets out the Council's Treasury Management Strategy for 21-22. Treasury management is conducted on our behalf by Hampshire County Council under a service level agreement. And this strategy, compiled with the assistance of our advisors, Arling Close, sets out the parameters and limits that underpin our management of funds and our borrowing processes. Following a request from members of the Scrutiny Committee, the main changes to the strategy are referenced at point 11.3 of the paper. These are that the text has been included to reflect changes in the PWLB lending criteria, that amended investment limits have been amended to reflect lower balances expected, that there is a removal of the requirement to cap investments in money market funds at 50% of the total investment balance. There is the addition of a requirement that there must be at least 4 counterparties for liquid balances. As you can all see, the addition of this clarity, there was no specific additional comments from Scrutiny or Cabinet, so I ask Council to approve the recommendations for the Treasury Management Strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. Do I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Chair. I wish to second this paper and reserve my right to speak.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Weir. Have we any questions on this paper, please?
Mr. Mayor, there are no questions on the chat.
There are no questions on the chat. We'll move straight into debate in that case. Debate.
Oh.
Agreed.
This isn't a motion be put.
Sorry. Okay.
Agreed.
Agreed.
You need
Mr.
to
Mayor,
roll
there
call.
does not appear to be any debate.
There's no debate either, I'm afraid, councillors. So do we need to do a roll call?
Firstly, Mr. Mayor, if there is a motion to put the motion, then there is a right of reply for the Cabinet member. So Councillor Cutler does have a right to sum up prior to putting that to the vote, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. It's seconded by Councillor Weir.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy that it be put to the vote. I think that there have been no questions and there is no debate on it. This strategy has been closely looked at both by Scrutiny and by Cabinet, and there appears to be a keenness to move on. So can we put it to the vote?
Questions and no debate. I'm going to ask if this is agreed by acclamation. Is it agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Are there any objections? That is agreed. That is agreed. To acquiesce to a comfort break by one or two of the members. So I'm proposing, therefore, to adjourn the meeting for a period of 10 minutes so we can all have a comfort break and maybe have a cup of tea. The meeting is adjourned.
Oh. Thank you.
We have it actually in the council chamber. We have captain sandwich or cup of coffee at 1:30, because there it does go on until 2 o'clock. I think we might be finished by 11 tonight.
Members, the meeting is now called back to order. Moving on to agenda item 5D, recommended minutes of the Cabinet held on the 11th of February 2021, Housing Revenue Account Budget 2020-21 and Procurement of Term Maintenance Contracts CAB 3290. Mrs. Kirkman.
Mr Mayor, agenda item 5D is the recommended minute of Cabinet of 11th of February 21, which is set out on the agenda and also on page 182 of your agenda pack. Report CAB 3290 refers, and this is also in your agenda pack from page 135. The report's recommendations are with regard to approval of the Council's Housing Revenue Account Budget and procurement of term maintenance contracts. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirkland. Councillor Lurney, would you move the recommended minute of Cabinet, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The HRA always plays second fiddle to the general fund budget on these occasions, but council ownership of homes in our district plays a key role in our residents' welfare. Our 5,000 homes provide affordable, secure housing for a significant portion of our residents. Our expenditure on maintenance and new homes supports local jobs, and having our own housing stock makes it easier to help those in urgent need through no fault of their own. We offer incredibly good value, well-maintained homes that we know are the first choice for those seeking affordable rented accommodation. The proposed rent increase is in line with the government's national rent standard of 1.5% and increases average council rents £1.56 per week from £103.67 to £105.23. And to put that figure in context, the median private rent for even a one-bedroom flat in Winchester is £196 per week. In this plan, we have included future investment in major repairs of £70 million, estate improvements and sheltered housing upgrades of £4.3 million, disabled adaptations of £9 million, fire safety work of £1.6 million, and much needed investment in the sewage treatment infrastructure of £1.4 million. We have responded to tenant feedback on the services provided by our contractors and plan to extend the maintenance contract with Osborne for a further 5 years while re-tendering the heating appliance servicing and repair contract. We have also been considering the extra help we can offer tenants at what is such a difficult time. The increasing financial pressure on our communities is illustrated by the large increase in tenants receiving universal credit. And the COVID crisis has also increased the level of mental health issues, which are so distressing to tenants, their families and neighbours, and make keeping a roof over your head more difficult. We have added an extra £500,000 to the budget for next year to be spent on tenant support, and are already working with tenants to identify what would help most. That may be financial support through additional hardship schemes and welfare assistance, personal support to help sustain tenancies or find employment, and that important mental health support for those who need it. To meet future housing needs, we plan to take full advantage of the new freedoms and flexibilities offered through prudential borrowing and historically very low rates of interest to fund the delivery of an additional 1,000 well-designed, energy-efficient, affordable homes in the district over the next 10-year period. Land is now the main constraint on this area of work, and we have included provision for land purchase, as well as setting aside an additional £500,000 for nitrate mitigation. To meet the council and district carbon neutrality goals and make our homes cheaper to run and more comfortable to live in, we propose to increase the funding for climate change initiatives over the next 10 years to £15.7 million. Creating a new energy officer post to support this area of work. Our officers have put in a huge amount of work to put this budget and the business plan that underpins it together. They and our tax members, who are such good advocates for our tenants, deserve our thanks for their continued work in a very difficult year. I know we say this every time, but I really don't think that we can say it often enough because they really do deserve it. It does give me great pleasure to propose this ambitious, sustainable, prudent and carbon reducing housing revenue account budget and 10-year plan, which puts the needs of tenants, both current and future, at its heart. So I encourage all members to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Councillor Porter. And can I reserve my right to speak? Thank you.
Of course you can, Councillor Porter. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? So far, I don't have any question. I have a question. Yeah, just come up. Councillor Horrell, please. Councillor Horrell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm very pleased to hear from Councillor Lumbee about the £500,000 that was recommended during the process of this paper through prior committees, being put aside for a hardship fund. But can she give us more detail, please, on how that is going to be accessed by tenants and for what services or what help will be provided? Because clearly time is of the essence, and simplicity of application is really important. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Lumbee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't at this point in time, partly because it's really important that we work with tenants to establish what will work best for them. Certainly, I see it being a package of measures which will help different people in different ways. As Councillor Horrell points out, it does need to be easy to access in whatever form it takes. But I think also there will be elements where we do provide things directly to tenants. We also have to be really careful about the effect on benefits of anything we do. 60% of our tenants are currently currently claim some form of benefit or financial support from the government. So we do have to investigate that quite thoroughly and make sure that we don't cause tenants more problems rather than helping them.
Thank you, Councillor Lumbee.
Councillor Pearson.
Councillor Pearson is next. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Lumbee, you mentioned quite rightly, I like the sound of what you said, but you talk about carbon saving measures, investment, which great, I fully support that. But could you give us some details about the measures you're going to put into the older council housing stock, of which we've got, what is it, something approaching 5,000 around the district? You know, there are issues there. Not only do they have gardens, but they also have, in some cases, far from being carbon saving. So could you give us some assistance and some information about that, please?
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Lumbee.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. I'm pleased to say that we're currently undergoing a retrofitting project for one of our a couple of our timber framed buildings, which will help provide an exemplar for some of the worst performing of our existing council tenants' homes. There will be a paper coming to Cabinet shortly, which will give a lot more detail about how we plan to progress this programme. One thing which I think is very important to state, though, is that we will be working with tenants on this, because it's really important that the changes we make work for them and the way they live in their homes, and that we don't try and impose measures on them which they find either difficult to use or which prove rather more costly in practice than in theory. So it is going to be quite a careful process, but the good point is that we are putting the funds in place so that we can achieve the targets that we all desire to meet.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lumbee. Councillor Lumbee, please. Councillor Lumbee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And really just to follow up actually on Councillor Pearson's excellent question and Councillor Lunbee's response. I'm aware of the property that you're looking at for your the timber frame with the measures to effectively make them warm. There are concerns about houses which at the moment are got the same problem, and as we go through this cold patch, jolly expensive to heat, and of course people have big affordability issues. Is there anything we can do to help those sort of people to keep warm? Appreciate we may be about to get warmer, but it will no doubt dip down again, and probably stop raining at some point. Thank you.
Yes, and of course we do have next winter to think about, which will be
Very
on us
good.
sooner than we think.
Yes.
No, we are looking at these homes, and certainly we hope that once we've shown that the measures work on these first ones, that we can roll that out further. I think one of the points actually about these homes that we've discovered elsewhere is that putting in energy efficient heating doesn't work unless you fix the fabric. You have to essentially, wrap houses up in order to keep the heat in, rather than just put something new inside to heat it. So unfortunately, that is a rather more time consuming process than we'd really like. But we will be looking at how we can help tenants, and hopefully the new energy officer post will certainly help us with that. I think it's also important to say that the hardship funding that we're putting to one side, the tenant support funding, may be available to be used in those kind of circumstances, but that is something that we'll need to do a bit more research into.
Thank you, Councillor Lumbee. I have no more questions, so I'm going to move into debate. Debate will start off with Councillor Scott. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad, Councillor Lumbee, you started your open comments with saying playing second fiddle to the cabinet budget, because I do feel sometimes in business housing on the 9th of February, the housing section was playing second fiddle to the business section. And this is such a big subject, housing. And again, it's way down on tonight's schedule. And we're at 10 o'clock tonight talking about the HRA. I do think sometimes if there's any urgency from you, the cabinet member, to urge when papers come through to look at how we can discuss and debate, because this is a fascinating subject. It covers so much areas of good work, and something you as cabinet member and portfolio for this section should be really proud of. That said, I'm very pleased that you are looking into the tenant support as we're coming through COVID period, and the light is at the end of the tunnel now. And I do think there's a lot of thinking and some money needs to be spent on how we get out tenants back out of their accommodations, back into things like coffee mornings, something I sort of suggested previous for us to meet up. I haven't heard anything since I suggested that to you. My offer still stands. But I do think the HRA budget, really the way we look after our decent home standards is something we, again, as a city council, we should be very proud of. That said, because I always say about that sort of style of what we do in looking after our buildings, but I think it also comes with actually the different office teams and the services that we provide within the housing section. I remember the helplines when it was set up for the vulnerable people in the district. The tenancy team and other sort of facets of the housing section were sort of manning the phone lines. Maybe the residents didn't know that in Winchester, but actually the housing officers stepped up with other officers in the city council. The allocations team were still looking at trying to rehouse people. When finances get difficult for tenants, we have got a great income team in the housing section who really works alongside tenants to try and knuckle down on how best they can support the tenants with benefits which they may have not known about, or something like that. So the advice and support that officers give to tenants is absolutely brilliant as well. But I do want to make this point, as much as I want to support this budget, and I will support this budget, and how I always sing the praises of the housing team, I do think as a council we should try and get a committee back to actually get papers through to the relevant councillors sitting on that committee with the relevant TACT members to discuss these big subjects. You mentioned about if you needed to improve wraparound buildings, well, that sort of triggers straight away, well, a lot of these old houses need repointing. So there's lots and lots of facets and triggers of discussions that we need to really get on top of. And I'm afraid the last couple of business housing committees, we just haven't even scratched the surface in discussing all these topics. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I'll call on Councillor Thompson now, please. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I won't keep members long, but I really did want to make a few comments on the HRA budget, if I may. Once again, the officer team in housing have presented us with a really comprehensive budget, which helps us to deliver on our priorities by continuing to provide low-cost housing for rent for those on the waiting list. And it also sets out clearly the investment that we will be providing to improve our properties for our tenants in terms of safety and energy efficiency. The constant drive to find new sites to ensure that our new build programme continues to run into the future is nothing short of extraordinary. And I'm very proud to be leading a council which continues to manage its own housing stock and is committed to building more council homes for those most in need. Indeed, when I speak to other district councils up and down the country, they are really envious of the fact that we still own and manage our own housing stock. And when I tell them about our new build programme, they are just as amazed. So whilst they may have increased their bank balances by the transfer of these assets, I believe we are the wealthy ones, taking care of the management of our properties and making sure they are kept in good order and at the very least meet the decent home standard, and having the ability to increase our stock. And of course, certainly, last but not least, making sure our tenants are looked after and that we are responsive to their needs. It has been heartening that even in these extraordinary times, our staff have made so many calls to those most vulnerable tenants, and I know that this has been really appreciated. In this budget, I'm particularly delighted to see that we are continuing to support the climate emergency, which remains our overarching theme in the council plan. The retrofitting of carbon saving measures in our stock is really important to help us to meet our carbon reduction agenda. We are increasing the amount of this budget to 15.7 million, as Councillor Lumbee said, over the next 10 years. And we will also be creating an energy officer post to help us do this. Another important feature in this budget is the £10 million set aside for the purchase of land. It is absolutely vital that we have the resources available to purchase new sites if we are able to meet our target of 1,000 new council homes over the next 10 years. And this budget, in Appendix 4 in particular, sets out the information on sites we already have within the programme, but it is clear that if the pace of that delivery is to be continued, it's critical that we look for and purchase more sites in order to have a pipeline of projects for the future. So in closing, Mr. Mayor, I really welcome this budget and I hope that all across the chamber will wholeheartedly support it. And I'd like to thank our officers for the work that has gone into this budget in what has been an absolutely extraordinarily challenging and difficult time for all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I'm calling on Councillor Horrell now, please. Councillor Horrell.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak to this item. As you will know, I'm an advocate for the housing team here at Winchester City Council. We have an outstanding record of delivering for our tenants across the district, and I congratulate the officer team on all they have done in the last year in very difficult circumstances. I will be supporting the recommendation today, but there are 2 or 3 elements that I'm afraid I don't agree with. The proposed rent increase of 1.5% is concerning at a time of significant pressure on families, and therefore I welcome the commitment made by the portfolio holder to set the £500,000 aside as a hardship fund for those under pressure. I trust that these funds will be easily accessible by those in need and be available quickly, or indeed the support that they are requesting. It is welcome that this paper contains the details about the much needed new homes in the district, but we have yet to see and review a copy of the development strategy that sits alongside this. And I've made this point already to Councillor Lumbee. We had a brief cursory slide or two at the recent Business and Housing Policy meeting, and that was it. Now, for one of the most significant budget commitments in the Council of over £25 million for this strategy, I don't think it's acceptable and a poor oversight of a key element investment that we have not agreed the development strategy and reviewed it. It is exactly the type of discussion we as a council should be having and hopefully all of us endorsing. Yes, we absolutely support the 1,000 new homes target we introduced. The budget allows for purchase of land, but without a development strategy, we do not understand what and where. There is a lot of money committed without the slightest reference to the plans behind it, and I think it would be helpful if we were all included in that. Why is it that the council wants to increase headcount to recruit an energy officer whose work will be crucial to developing the carbon reduction programme, yet sees fit to remove an outreach worker from the budget without having an alternative process in place? Our work with the homeless is a statutory duty. Outreach is fundamental to that, and not working out how to provide a better, improved service with our partners before taking a head out of the budget is simply wrong. Tenant involvement has been excellent in the past. Tenants support our new homes programme, and it is such a shame that the relationship broke down during the year as they struggled to be involved in the consideration of papers as they have been in the past. We need to turn our attention to this and nurture this important relationship, because the tenant involvement is crucial to how well we do with housing. Today, we're approving some significant changes to the HRA budget, our approach to borrowing, a significant increase in borrowing, our viability assessment methodology, and residual value of housing. I sincerely hope these changes will collectively make better things for our tenants. Winchester has a great reputation, as already indicated, for our housing provision. Many envy us, and so it is essential we maintain a proper dialogue with our tenants, consult with them, and continue to provide a first-class service. The way in which some of the decisions are being taken today fall short of the way we as a council should be scrutinising some key elements of the most important areas of our work, as Councillor Scott has already said, and that we should pay attention in a more detailed way and at a higher level on our priority list to the HRA budget and all that it delivers. Having said all of that, I welcome this budget and will be supporting it as we record our votes this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harrell. Moving on to Councillor Ferguson, please. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would very much like to speak in support of this paper today. One of the things I most welcome is the increase in the funds that are being put forward to retrofit our council homes. 15.675 million is a substantial amount. And this additional funding comes at a time when the Conservative government at a national level recently announced it would be making substantial cuts to the Green Home Grant, which were meant to fuel a green recovery and help to retrofit houses across the country. The retrofitting not only cuts carbon, but for some of our most vulnerable tenants, it can also have an impact on fuel poverty. We know that fuel poverty affects many families, and in some cases, their fuel bills can be as much as a third of their income. For those tenants in our homes with the lowest fuel efficiency, these retrofitting measures, could lead to a reduction in fuel bills of hundreds of pounds. This will be significant. I also welcome the paper because of the £10 million investment in the purchase of potential sites for council housing and affordable homes. Often finding land is a really difficult problem, and we know in Winchester land is at a premium. Affordable homes are not only important for families, they're also important for young people who we know find it hard and struggle to find affordable accommodation in the city. We want young people and families to remain in the city so that they can live and work here and contribute to the economy. During the course of this evening, opposition members have suggested there is a lack of compassion from this administration for our most vulnerable residents. The £0.5 million, which is going to be put aside for additional support for our residents at this difficult period, shows that the Liberal Democrats have compassion, that we do care about our most vulnerable residents. And as we've done throughout the COVID pandemic, we will do our very best to look after them and help them come through this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pearson, please. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I also welcome the substantial funds that Councillor Ferguson has just enumerated, so I won't repeat all of those. I also welcome the fact that the present regime has continued with our target to build 1,000 council homes over the next period of time. That can only be praised because the quality of these council homes has been more than better than some of the affordable homes produced for us by commercial developers. Sad to say, but I've got plenty of examples in my own ward. The thing that a lot of these homes, of course, the new homes that we're building, are close to BREEAM good, if not excellence, which is superb and, of course, moving well towards carbon neutrality. But what I'm concerned about is, of course, the fact of my question to Councillor Lumbee about retrofitting. To retrofit a 1950 house, of which many of our council homes are, some even older than that, is very expensive. Even if you infill the cavities of walls, it can sometimes lead to damp getting through into the house if the wrong infill is used, as we all know. Fibre, much better than some of the older things that have been used in the past. The other issue we've got, of course, is we've got to upgrade the central heating units. Gas is a major emission of global gases, warming gases, which we know. We as in the council at present, is concentrating on transport emissions, but of course our council homes are major emitters as well, as indeed are many of our private houses. That's got to be taken on board. One worries about some of the news and that we have about external cladding on blocks of flats. There have been at least one horrendous incident as the result of that. I'm glad I've been assured by one of the executive directors that we do not have any of that material as external cladding. So I was a little bit nervous when Councillor Lumbee seemed to suggest that external cladding might be used. I hope that was a slip of the tongue, because that would then be a little worrying. It's not only is a fire risk, but of course it can lead to damp getting into the buildings as a result of poor ventilation, which is not very helpful and certainly not very good for health of the residents. So please, yes, we welcome the substantial investment. Yes, we welcome the continued of the target of 1,000 houses over the next 10 years. That, of course, is a rolling target and not easy to maintain. As Councillor Lumbee quite right, I think it was quite rightly said, we need sites for these buildings, which of course in turn involves a fair amount of investment. One possibility perhaps is to look at that if the developers cannot provide us with commercial affordable homes, to require of the developers to give us X area of land so we can invest in council homes on that land within the development. It's a thought. I'm sure somebody will come up and say, oh, well, the government doesn't allow that. Well, how do we know if we've not pushed it? Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to take part in the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. I'll now call upon Councillor Porter, seconder of the minute, to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm really pleased to support this HRA budget. We have talked at length through the debate about the provision of the energy post, and I think it's really important that it's taken up specifically to spearhead this massive potential 15.68 million capital fund to ensure the project delivery of those lower carbon homes for our tenants, and it's very welcome, and it will help them to reduce their energy costs too. And I think it's really important for us to be an exemplar right across the district to other house builders as well, and home owners who need to improve their own properties. The sums allotted for maintenance and sewage improvements will ensure that our council homes, which actually represent a fraction under 4% of the housing stock in the district, are maintained in really good order. And this ensures that our tenants' well-being in Winchester's district's council homes shows our importance, the importance of it to us too. We have been talking about living well in our council plan. The housing team are really aware of the needs of our tenants, their physical and mental health needs. Our council houses are not just houses, but they're homes. And many of our officers are actually employed in supporting tenants in their homes, and they know those people really well. So the budget, including a one-off fund to support tenants in these unusual times, is really extremely welcome. We hear of families and individuals who may have to choose between heating and eating, and they're putting their own health at risk. We want our tenants to live really well and to do both. I really want to commend this budget to the council, both for the care that we're going to take of the properties that are there already and the homeowner, the tenants that are there already, but also to make sure that we put this money into building new homes to show that yet again this council is leading our whole district in making sure that our district residents are living well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. So as the mover of the Housing Revenue Account recommended minutes, call on Councillor Lumbee if you wish to sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate the support that's been shown across the chamber for this paper. I certainly recognise the issues around scrutiny and business and housing. I have discussed this with the chair, and we certainly need to refine the processes that we're using for looking at these papers. Another issue which was brought up was around looking at the rent levels, but I think it's really important that members understand that reducing the rent increase has a compound effect, leading to a permanent reduction in the capacity of the HRA over the 30-year period. This impacts on the viability of new homes without being much help to the 60% of our tenants who are claiming benefits. There was a few sums done on this by the housing team, and while it there's a 412,000 reduction in this current year, broadly equivalent to the £500,000 we're talking about in tenant support. Over the 30-year period, that actually compounds up to £15.6 million or 64 new homes. So it's really important to understand that small changes can have big effects over the 30-year period that we're talking about in the plans that we draw up. With that, I would just like to once again take the opportunity to thank the housing team, as has been expressed by many of my colleagues this evening, not just for putting this budget together, but for all the other work that they do supporting our tenants over the year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Please can I now put the recommended minute of Cabinet on page 132 of the agenda pack to the vote. Based on my observations of the debate, I am going to do this by affirmation. And so basically, if anybody would like to tell me whether this is accepted, I'm listening.
Agreed.
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 Any objections? There are no objections. It is carried. Moving on now to agenda item 5E. Recommended minutes of Cabinet held on the 11th of February 2021, Annual Council Plan Refresh 2021-22, CAB 3286, and update CL 161. Mrs. Kirkman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 5E is the recommended minutes of Cabinet of 11th of February 21, which is set out on page 181 of your agenda pack. Report CAB 3286 refers, and this is also in your agenda pack from page 183. The report's recommendations are with regard to approval of the annual refresh of the council plan priorities. Mr. Mayor, there is also an update report for council. Report CL 161 refers, and this is also included in your agenda pack on page 155. Council is therefore asked to have regard to this as part of its determination of the recommended minute of Cabinet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I've just received apologies from Councillor Rutter saying that she's ill and unable to continue the meeting and will not be returning. I will now ask the leader if she would move the recommended minute of Cabinet, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It gives me great pleasure to move the recommended minute as on the order paper. Mr. Mayor, this refresh is very timely. The world in which we drew up our original plan has completely changed. And as we work our way through the effects of the pandemic, it has understandably had an impact on how we can move forward and deliver the changes that we want to see. This is a refresh and not a rewrite. Our priorities have not changed and are still the same: tackling the climate emergency, ensuring we have the right homes in the right places, creating a vibrant local economy across the district, reducing health inequalities, and delivering good value, high quality services. So, although many things have changed, the climate emergency has not disappeared. So, whether it's strengthening our local plan policies by promoting low carbon sustainable development that encourages walking and cycling and less dependency on the car, supporting our businesses when in recovery post-COVID and helping them embrace and encourage green growth, or increasing the energy efficiency of our own council homes, which we've just been talking about, and those that we are building. The climate emergency continues to sit at the heart of all we do. Our challenging aims to make the council carbon neutral by 2024 and the district by 2030 remain, and we have made good progress towards these goals. So what's new in this plan? Well, in this refresh, you will see that in each of the sections we set out what we have achieved so far. It isn't by any means a full account of all we've done, as space precluded this, but it does form a handy reminder of just how much we have achieved in a relatively short time, and of course in the face of a national public health crisis. I would like to take this opportunity to say a brief word on each section. In tackling the climate emergency, for example, you will see that amongst other things, we have successfully cut the council's carbon footprint by 468 tonnes. We've introduced a green electricity tariff for all our operational buildings and secured over £5 million of LEP money to build a new park and ride facility complete with solar PV and EV chargers. Going forward, we want to encourage more renewable energy generation. We want to continue to work with the County Council to deliver the Winchester Movement Strategy and deliver the actions in our Biodiversity Action Plan. Under Living Well, we have successfully worked with partners and reacted quickly to the COVID-19 pandemic, building and supporting community networks. We've continued the construction of the new Winchester Sport and Leisure Park throughout the pandemic, a huge achievement in the circumstances. We kept most of our public toilets and open spaces open during the lockdowns, and we issued £500,000 of grant support to key voluntary organisations. We are now focusing on producing our local plan with policies that promote healthy lifestyles and ensure those policies promote low carbon development with sustainable travel and increased biodiversity. We want to maintain and enhance our open spaces and parks and enable and promote safe cycleways and pathways to encourage more walking and cycling. Under Homes for All, we made over 600 calls to our elderly and vulnerable tenants, completed 12 new homes and are on site with 119 new homes in Stanmore, Kingsworthy and Week. We grant funded a number of housing projects and ensured our homeless were provided with COVID secure accommodation. This year, we want to continue our new build programme, and we've just been talking about that. And we want to use our new Winchester Housing Company to deliver a range of housing tenants to meet local needs and improve the energy efficiency of new and existing homes. On the local economy, we awarded over £30 million of grants to support businesses throughout the pandemic, and this was done at some pace. We set up a business helpline and a regular business information bulletin, and we supported businesses to open safely through our Back to Business campaign. We also helped create outside seating in the city and our market towns to support social distancing and relocated Winchester street markets successfully to the Broadway. Going forward, we want to work with our key stakeholders to ensure Winchester becomes a centre for the creative industries and that we increase opportunities for high quality, well-paid employment across the district. We will be focusing on a green recovery post-COVID and will be supporting businesses to meet the challenge of carbon neutrality. Under Your Services, Your Voice, we focused on business as usual during the pandemic and kept all the key services running and kept our telephone lines open. We kept our waste collection going when others didn't and collected more waste and recycled more of it and expanded the glass collection services. And we rolled out at pace remote working, moved council meetings online and simplified our complaints policy. And as a result of this, we've seen more people than ever taking the time to engage with us and tell us what they think. So going forward, we want to continually improve our processes, making sure we involve the public, businesses, stakeholders and ward councillors earlier in the decision-making process. We want to embed partnership working, focus on accessibility and inclusiveness, and invest in our staff to make the most of their skills. The plan refresh has been through scrutiny last week. and as well as Cabinet, but scrutiny had no specific comments to make. I will finish there, but there is so much more I could say. But in closing, I would like to thank officers and staff for their help in producing this refresh. It hasn't been an easy process, with meetings being online, and I and all members of Cabinet really appreciate the help and support that officers and staff have given under very difficult circumstances. I move the recommended minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Do I have a seconder?
Mr. Mayor, I'm seconding this paper and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Power. Questions, members? Any questions? I have one. Councillor Weston. Councillor Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I've got is, aside from the reductions in carbon footprint and CO2 emissions, sorry, I apologise, I put my video on again. Can you please explain what other measures you are planning to put in place to support the environmental resilience?
I'll not have that. Second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, sorry. I was just trying to find the. Not sure what you. In what regard do you mean resilience, Councillor Weston?
Well, you tell me, because your plan says it's about environmental resilience. So I would like to know, apart from the reduction in the carbon footprint and the CO2 emissions, what your plans are in place to support the environmental resilience. It's a lovely word, but I just wondered what your plans were.
Well, we have published the Biodiversity Action Plan, and there are a number of points in that set out what we plan to do. We also have the Carbon Neutrality Plan, and we adopted that a year ago. The biodiversity was only a few weeks back now, but they are all documents that set out the way forward on what we hope to achieve and how we might achieve them.
Councillor Thompson, you haven't answered my question. What do you mean by environmental resilience?
I mean, what we want is to put in place measures that combat climate change and that try and reduce the impact of, for instance, flooding, which we've seen quite a lot of over the last few years.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Thompson. Thank you, Councillor Weston. I'm not going to tolerate a discussion. I have another question from Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Thompson, has anybody calculated the effect of our virtual meetings on our carbon footprint?
Councillor Thompson.
I'm not sure whether they have, but absolutely there has been an effect, because obviously we're not all driving into the same place from across the district, so that would have had an effect. It also, obviously, we're not using meeting rooms in the way that we did before. I don't know whether anyone has actually done a calculation on that, though. Sorry.
I have another question from Councillor Scott. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Leader, if I heard you correctly, you were saying that part of your plan, you would like to work alongside ward councillors in a sort of partnership manner. Can you explain how this can take place, really? Quite often I sort of try and wait for days on ends for cabinet members to come back, and sometimes your cabinet members don't even choose to come back. So I don't quite know how we can enhance the partnership work with ward councillors to move along your plan as administration if your cabinet members don't seem to respond to an elected member.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your question, Councillor Scott. I'm sorry that you don't feel Cabinet members are responding to your requests, but certainly what we want to do is make sure that we involve ward councillors at an early stage of any decision-making process, i.e. If something's going on in your ward or there are projects planned in a ward, then I think it's crucial that we talk to ward councillors before, so they know what's going on in their own area. I think that's only fair, and we've been very clear that is what we want to do, and certainly I know other members of Cabinet are really keen that this does happen.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I now move to the seconder, who's Councillor Power. Councillor Power, you have a right to speak.
Mr. Mayor, are we having no debate?
There's nobody debating. Sorry, I've just had one come through. Yeah, I've just had a request for a debate come through. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just got it in time there. It's very late in the day, so I'll try to hurry through what I wanted to say. I would like to congratulate the authors of this document, Council Plan 2021 edition. This edition version reads particularly well, but who is it for? The lead is correct when she states that this is a high-level document, but who is that going to satisfy if they want to know what the council plans actually are? In common with many successive versions of the council plan, it fails to either contain reference to council papers needed for deeper understanding, or to reference details of the various action plan achievements. Some of its political speculation, page 5, bullet point 7, leaving the EU and its impact on the economy. And yet there is nothing following that deals with this actual issue. Page 3, paragraph 3, climate change continues to shape the way we want our district to develop, whether focusing on recovery of the local economy or choosing where we build affordable houses. Is there an actual choice? Yes, there is reference to the lens of looming environment crisis, but do we, the council, have an actual choice? Right. Surely we need to do both. In paragraph 5, you correctly refer administering over 35 million in grants. Are these all from government, or are there some of our own funding there? It's interesting that herein there is no reference to the prudential borrowing, nor of the ring-fenced sale-ex funding requirement. And yes, I do see bullet point 11 on page 11, but that is an ongoing loan. Page 5, last bullet point, refers to maintaining high quality services while balancing the council budget, particularly in the light of COVID-19 pandemic. So why no reference to previous council papers to council tax increases 3%, that the fees and charges will cost 3% more, the use of prudential borrowing, that building control fees are up at least 10%, nor to the stealth task of the £59 of the green waste bins. I will make no reference to your vision on page 7 and 8, as to how is hinted on page 10 and 11. Page 10 mentions carbon neutrality. It's only of the council estate properties and transport, not of the district, although that is mentioned in the next bullet point. Clean air, more ambitious than national targets. Without knowing what is in the Clean Air Bill and the Environment Bill 2021 that have not finished their journey through Parliament. Clean air is not just about transport, it's also, as we've heard from previous debates, about emissions from the approximately 48,000 homes in the council districts. Plus, of course, various environmental issues like ozone and Saharan dust. Everywhere most residents should be in reach of foot, bike or public transport. Clearly we've forgotten that many of the villages do not have shops nor public transport. My dislike of offsetting is well known, as other local areas benefit rather than Winchester District directly. Similarly, your paper refers to mitigation of nitrate phosphate pollution and seem to ignore that Natural England requires that it should be within the local river catchment area of the development. I have similar concerns about the Biodiversity Action Plan. It's an admirable document, but what it underlies the local plan. That is quite correctly identified about our endangered species habitats, both flora and fauna, but it suggests wilding of various areas, restoring of meadows, woodland and wetlands. Fine, but this document doesn't seem to take on board the DEFRA requirement, and I emphasise requirement, of a 10% biodiversity gain as a minimum in development areas.
Councillor Pearson, I'm going to ask you to wind up, please.
Yes, I only have 3 more lines, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Local plan strategic officers hear and listen to this requirement when they plan in partnership with developers the layout of new developments. Surely green landscapes help with carbon saving. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being tolerant.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Calling on Councillor Reid now. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will try not to repeat anything that Councillor Pearson has already covered. Congratulations on the most straightforward looking document, which has been stated by the leader as a refresh based upon a previous document. The leader has said in her welcome that more local people than ever before have let us hear their views on our virtual channels of engagement. Easy to say, as the virtual system has only been in operation since May of last year. In the Cabinet paper published on the 11th of this month, it was proposed that no changes to the 5-year strategic priorities. Living well, page 12. Yes, I think that we would all like to live a healthy lifestyle, but looking at the upgrade of Meadowside Centre, which after 2 years of this administration is only going to be carried out later this year. We must also remember that the Liberal Democrats voted against the new leisure centre in Winchester itself. Likewise, the promotion of safer cycleways and footpaths to make them more appealing. 2 years have passed under this administration took office. Little or no action, just still words. Develop a local plan which will promote healthy lifestyle. The role of a local plan is always to plan in the welfare of the residents of our communities. But in this budget round, I feel that there have been some grave concerns with regards to the proposed staffing level of the planning department itself. 3.5 full-time operatives to go. Councillor Evans already stated that the reduction will be natural wastage. However, with natural wastage, it still means that the remaining staff have to pick up the slack, put greater pressure, stress on the remaining staff in general. In this department, which has already been struggling to cover the problems of enforcement and legal. When I first became a parish councillor in 1979, planning was had the same sort of problems. And when I joined this council in 1994, there were still ongoing issues in this department. Many people are using COVID-19 pandemic as a shield, but in saying that we have seen large changes in the way in which we as members have had to change our working patterns, sometimes not for the better. It keeps people at arm's length, and the fact that there are many people who are struggling with electronic information, partly because of their internet connections across the district. It is true that over £34 million of government monies have been passed through this local council. Much needed relief to the various organisations that have received elements of the funding. I would like to praise all the parish councils and town councils for the work that they have put into their communities over the past 12 months to keep them alive and fit and proper place to live and work. Winchester City redevelopment, well, what can one say? After nearly 2 years of this administration, we are no further forward. The previous administration invested capital sums to ensure that the proposed development was in single ownership. It had carried out a published SPD for the future of the proposed site. It was the largest public participation input for many years, but this administration has not moved forward 1 inch. We have several publicly owned buildings standing idle, generating no income, but incurring maintenance costs. I understand from the issue of virtual meetings, in fact, the increased footprint, carbon footprint, yes, you can say it may be offset by the lack of operating from our homes, where we use the electricity. I would like to thank all the staff that have been there to support the public and members during this difficult period. Unfortunately, I do not have the confidence in this administration to be able to support this document. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Next in the debate is Councillor Brooke. Councillor Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I cannot support a plan that contains so much vagueness and exaggeration of the truth. An example being them identifying accommodation for all homeless people during the pandemic. Well, that was a government mandated thing for all councils across the country. I don't underestimate the work that went in behind this from the housing team, but it was the housing team with support from our partners that did this as an absolute mandatory thing, and failure was not acceptable here. So it wasn't just an amazing achievement by this council as this paper claims. When it says we supported, it often means we had a conversation with somebody. I cannot support a paper that blatantly aims to mislead the public into understanding falsely the actual contribution that this administration has made in real terms. Our officers have worked so hard this year, right across the board, every team. They've worked so hard just to maintain standard service levels in unusual situations, in unusual environments, working remotely. Some of them have struggled with not having the same office contact and had to completely change their ways of working. That is the true achievement of this council this year, and that is not what the administration have achieved. That's our wonderful officers who greatly deserve our praise. I find it insulting that the administration have made these false and overly exaggerated claims in this paper, because it takes away from those true achievements of what our officers have achieved. I did state my feelings about this vagueness at scrutiny, but it was previously referred to as no significant comments made at scrutiny. I see nothing here worthy of supporting, and keeping saying carbon neutrality and sustainability does not achieve it in real terms, much like everything else written in this vague document, which is too high level to be at all meaningful. I will not be supporting this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Weston, please. Councillor Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was a lovely document. It's got lovely pictures and it reads really well, but it's all very fluffy. But I'm really going to just point to one point. I'm not going to go into what everybody else has said, but I feel like saying get real. You know, on page 10 with the statement saying everything most residents need, most residents need should be to reach by foot, bike or public transport. This statement's totally unachievable when 51% of the households are in rural district or rural areas of our district where there is no public transport, and the council continually fails the rural districts in not supporting helping the reduction of speeds of motorists, which have increased enormously since COVID. And I don't know what's gone wrong with everybody, but they seem to be driving so fast. And And so it's impossible to even walk or even cycle. But then we've even got the cyclists who just are all over the road with people walking, and they don't even tell you they're coming through. So it's actually the roads, our road networks now are impossible to actually walk and to actually use sustainable forms of transport, because nothing's being done about maintaining speeds and making sure they're safe. So it seems that you're not interested in the rural districts. And really, has it crossed your minds to actually consult with the councillors that live in the rural wards and to understand the issues that they face in the rural communities before you put this plan together? How many of the Lib Dem councillors actually live in a rural community that has no shop, has no public transport, has no amenities, has no pavements, has no street lighting, has no mains drainage? Yeah. How many of them do? We might have a couple of pubs, but they haven't even been open. So I'm afraid, I think, you know, you keep talking about, and as I asked you, leader Councillor Thompson, what do you mean by environmental resilience? This is not supporting the rural communities. This is not supporting environmental resilience. They're just lovely, fluffy phrases with no substance. Thank you.
Councillor Weston. Calling on Councillor Porter, please. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's late, and so I won't make this very long, but some quite practical points that have come out of that I'd just like to counteract some of the comments that have just been made in this debate. The Biodiversity Action Plan includes green-winged orchids. It's one very small plant, but actually it's one we've been working very hard to make sure that it's preserved in the Denmead ward. The local residents, the local parish council have been really good at attending meetings with our officers and myself and Councillor Cutler, and Councillor Clementson has been really good at coming too, but some of the others have dropped off, which is a real shame, because we've been really making efforts to make sure that that ward is really well looked after, together with its neighbours, Hambledon and Newlands. In the service levels, we always want to speak to the wards and parishes. And an example is the parking strategy, where we've been working with the market towns, and they have been very grateful for those conversations. And now it's become the norm rather than unusual, which is what it was before we took over. In Living Well, it's during the pandemic, we've had a really much closer link with the health services and support services, and it's been really positive as the result of the last year's pandemic. And the role of the City Council is not, unfortunately, to cover highways and law enforcement and medical emergencies ourselves, but we can certainly help those who do it by making sure that within our plan, we're supporting their aims and going alongside them, as well as pushing them sometimes to just go that little bit further for people in our district. The conversation about how many councillors, Councillor Weston just raised, about how many councillors actually live in areas with poor public transport, no shop, various other points that she raised, many of them no mains drainage, tick, tick, tick. Many of us are in that situation, and actually fully appreciate the needs of those particular communities. So just completing that really on environmental resilience, one of the things we do need to do with our environmental resilience is to make sure that we do work really, really hard for our carbon neutrality, and it's in our minds the whole time. So when we're talking about walking and cycling and taking the bus and using electric cars and trying to think about the way in which we travel from A to B, including coming to meetings like this online, I can only say that that adds to our climate resilience and our environmental resilience. And we really want to make sure that this plan actually is general enough to cover the things that we want to do, but precise enough to make sure that your districts and your residents are well protected by it.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I've got Councillor Todd now. Councillor Todd.
Mr. Mayor. Yes, I just had a couple of thoughts I wanted to get across. I mean, one, it's very striking that the Conservatives are lecturing us about how supposedly this plan is unable to drive action, and then complaining about the long list of achievements that the first version of the plan seems to have helped deliver in the last year. And I think there's been a few points along the way that do need clarification. Just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean that it automatically is going to happen. You know, there are choices to be made in terms of how councils are run. I mean, the fact was that, for example, during COVID, this council, unlike many other councils, kept all its waste collection services going. We never stopped answering the phone. We didn't, as the county council did, close household waste recycling centres, and we didn't stop taking phone calls about road problems and other issues, which they also did. So there have been choices along the way in terms of how we respond to the pandemic. And while I would never want to underplay the leadership, the energy, the passion that officers have put into this, as in any council, the collaboration between cabinet and officers is how the council runs, and I'm sure there are, you know, there are things that officers. There is a lot that is done by officers on their own initiative, which is much to be appreciated, but it is a partnership. We are a democratic institution, and officers recognise that and work accordingly. I also slightly resent this comment about false and exaggerated claims coming in a debate where Councillor Pearson was once again profoundly, I don't know if it's misleading, dishonest, forgetful, I don't know if it's eyesight problems, I have no idea what it is, but he knows perfectly well that under the Liberal Democrats, like every single council in Hampshire, we have ended up being forced through county finance pressures to introduce a paid for garden waste scheme, and he knows it costs £39. So stop pretending it's 59, because frankly, it's not a good look for an ex-mayor to repeatedly cite a number that I would hope by now you know is incorrect. And you know, even there, when it comes to value, we take our value promise very seriously. Let's not forget that £39 figure is £20 less. £20 less than the average of all the other Hampshire councils. And it was also the other point I'd quickly touch on is, while we do work on things like speed and pavements and roads and buses, that was mentioned by Councillor Weston, I would stress that in many of those areas she'll be better off having a word with her county councillor as to why there has been underperformance in those areas, rather than attacking this Liberal Democrat administration. So coming back to the main point, this plan, as you can see by the achievements, has worked. It has helped. The first version has helped us deliver the achievements you see there, but we have learned from it. We've learned from those councillors that have engaged, and I'm happy to talk to any councillor on any issue. We've tightened it, strengthened it. In the services and voice section, we talk about how this high level strategy feeds through to KPIs, how it feeds through to processes to drive change. And I'm absolutely confident that this strategy and plan will continue to work in the way that it has worked so far, and sets us up to continue to achieve and deliver for the people of Winchester district in the way that it has enabled us to so far.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. I have a point of order from Councillor Pearson, please. Councillor Pearson, could you explain the PowerPoint of order?
Yes, very much. By referring to me as being dishonest is a defamation of character to which I acutely object. I said in my comment about green waste that the bins are being charged either £39 or £59. That is correct. You can shake your head as much as you like. That is quoted in your own papers. Now,
So, Councillor Pearson, we can listen to the video.
If you allow me.
I was just going to say.
Councillor Todd.
Yeah, unmute me.
I also.
Yes, Councillor Pearson, continue. Councillor Todd, please let Councillor Pearson finish.
I also commented that the cost of a brown bin is a one-off payment of about £56. There's nothing in those statements that are dishonest, and I object to being referred to as dishonest. Please withdraw that statement.
And apologise.
Rephrase. Would you like to rephrase or withdraw?
I did not hear the term £39. I reacted to the reference solely to £59. If Councillor Pearson believes that it was his intent to say that, or if he did hear that and I misheard it, then I apologise. But more than once this evening, we have had people refer to the cost of the green waste system as only being £59. And if it wasn't Councillor Pearson who was being dishonest, then any councillor who described the cost as £59 and £59 only was being dishonest. And I apologise if that was not what Councillor Pearson intended to say or what he did say. For including him in that number.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Todd. I'm closing this down now with your apology. Councillor.
With respect, Mr. Mayor, he didn't apologise to everybody for what he said.
Councillor Evans, please.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, did you say me?
Yes, I did. Yes, Councillor Evans.
Sorry. I wasn't going to speak on this paper because I thought it was quite obviously a very clear, well-written refresh. That's all it was. And the leader put forward the priorities quite clearly, I thought. I've never really entered into this debate about Winchester versus rural. I choose to be living in a rural, well, you would call it a town. Wickham likes to be a village, but whatever. I know we've got shops. We haven't got buses, not that many anyway. But that's my choice to live there. It's use it or lose it. I make a point of shopping in the village because I know that if I don't use the butchers and the bakers, they will go. And that has been the case with some of the shops, unfortunately. In the rural areas, they'd rather go down to Sainsbury's. But why I was thought I had to speak was, do you not realise that we've been through a world-changing pandemic crisis? I personally haven't been anywhere. I mean, you know, I've just sat and watched The Crown on Netflix and whatever. So to accuse the Liberal Democrats of not getting on with things is most unfair, because people at the start were very frightened, and now we're seeing the light out of the tunnel. But to accuse the administration of not doing things is not true. They are holding meetings with ward councillors in the rural areas. Councillor Porter, Councillor Ferguson have been brilliant. And I can see all the good work going on. And so, you know, you can't criticise life if life has changed, and that will change the priorities as well. And we need now to see, now that we, I think, are emerging from this dreadful time, that we need to see what we're going to change. But don't just keep knocking on about, oh, we haven't got on with this and we haven't got on with that. We haven't got on with it because life is different and life will be different. And the officers, as we've all said, have worked so hard to try and sort out those people that need help in the pandemic. And that's the priority, and the recovery. And then all the other projects that the opposition are pushing for, then they will be addressed. But really, I've just been so amazed at people not understanding that what we've all been through, and it doesn't do any good to just keep knocking each other like this. Anyway, I'm speaking obviously in favour of this paper, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. I have Councillor Clare now, please. Councillor Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Evans, as one of my ward councillors with me, has said most of what I was about to say, but this is really mainly in response to Councillor Weston. As I said, as you're aware, Councillor Evans and Councillor Cutler and I, we represent Southwark and Wickham and Boar Hunt, and we have attended several what we call, or the council calls, stakeholder meetings with the officers here in Wickham and with Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Porter. They have been out. We've had brilliant, excellent dialogue with them, and we voiced our concerns, and we do have some concerns. Of course, every village and every town does, but they've responded so well with help and advice. They've supported us, they've listened to us, and I think they've been invaluable, especially during this COVID pandemic and lockdown. So, yes, of course, I support this paper. I think we're all working well, and it's a pity that there's so much negativity tonight for this. Come on, let's work together and get things done, and we are doing it well. So I do support the paper. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clare. Seconder, moving now back to Councillor Power, who's reserved the right. So, Councillor Power.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do just want to pick up on a couple of items that I don't think other speakers have covered. Councillor Pearson asked for a deeper understanding of detailed plans. I find that residents respond with a fairly positive manner to be directed to the detailed council papers. He also referred to the delay. As ever, we are impeded by the lack of government legislation. They've had their hands rather full of other matters over the last year, but I don't think we can be blamed for that. Councillor Reid referred to the loss of staff. I'm glad to report that this came up at Audit and Governance, and all except 3 have been redeployed within the council. Councillor Brooke was very keen to extol the hard work of staff. I find this slightly confusing, as she supported a motion to ensure there were no pay rises. This is a bit like clapping for the NHS and then denying them a sensible pay rise, so I can't find any logic there. And I think the matter of public transport, in common with other rural councillors, I have been campaigning for additional speed limits and better footways in the rural areas, and my county councillors that are responsible for that are not receptive to my encouraging statements. It's a pity Councillor Lumbee is no longer here. I've got no hesitation in supporting this paper. It tells residents what we have done with their money and what we intend to do with their money in the future. It is very readable, and I'd like to thank the Cabinet and staff for the hard work that has been put in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Now I'll move to Councillor Thompson, the leader, please, who wishes to sum up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I won't say very much because I think my colleagues have pretty much gone through all the comments that have been made. I just wanted to thank everybody for their contributions and just say a little word that it is a high level document. It's not meant to be setting out in enormous detail what we are going to do, because it's a high level document and this sets the direction of travel for the council. Detailed papers then are formed below this and obviously come to our scrutiny committees and then on to Cabinet. I'm sorry if councillors don't feel they've had a chance to look at the document and make comments, but as I said earlier, it did go through scrutiny and it has also been through Cabinet. So there have been 2 opportunities before now to actually make comments. So thank you all, and I do hope that you will be supporting this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Please can I now put the recommendations in the report CL 161 on page 155 and the recommended minute of Cabinet on page 181 of the agenda pack to a vote. And I will now ask Mr. Blakemore to call out your names and note each vote. So will you please indicate clearly if you are voting in favour of the motion or are against
vote, please,
or are abstaining? Thank you.
Sorry, did I have a call for a recorded vote, I believe, from Councillor Lumbee?
Councillor Lumbee,
yes, please.
call for a
We
recorded
need other
vote.
members to indicate for that, please.
I need 5 members to call for the vote for that to be carried.
I support the call for a recorded vote. Councillor.
Agreed.
I'm happy for Lumbee, Godfrey, Gemmell.
Councillor McLean.
Okay.
Weston. 5. That's a recorded vote, Mr.
That's a
Mayor.
recorded vote then. It's a recorded vote, David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we will now have a recorded vote on that item. Members, I will call out your names in alphabetical order. If you could clearly say if you are for, against or abstaining. Councillor Atwell.
For.
Councillor Becker.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Councillor Bentote.
For.
Councillor Bronk.
For.
Councillor Brooke.
Strongly against.
Councillor Clear.
Strongly for.
Councillor Clementson.
Against.
Councillor Cook.
Against.
Councillor Krask.
For.
Councillor Cunningham.
Against.
Councillor Cutler.
For.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Fern.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Gemmell.
Against.
Councillor Godfrey.
Against.
Councillor Gordon Smith.
For.
Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Griffiths.
Against.
Councillor Hiscock.
For.
Councillor Horrell.
Against.
Councillor Humby's left the meeting. Councillor Hutchison.
For.
Councillor Lamming.
For.
Councillor Lurney.
For.
Councillor Lumbee.
Against.
Councillor Mather.
Against.
Councillor McLean.
Against.
Councillor Miller.
Against.
Councillor Murphy.
For.
Councillor Pearson.
Against.
Councillor Porter.
For.
Councillor Power.
For.
Councillor Prince.
For.
Councillor Reid.
Against.
Councillor Raphael.
Against.
Councillor Rutter has left the meeting. Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor Thompson.
For.
Councillor Todd.
For.
Councillor Weir.
For.
Councillor Weston.
Against.
And Councillor Williams.
For.
Thank you, members. Just give us a couple of minutes just to tot up.
Put it to the vote.
Yeah, so we're as Lisa said,
The recommended minute of Cabinet CL 161 is approved. I have had a motion to adjourn the meeting, and I would therefore seek a seconder to that motion.
I'll
second
second
that.
it.
Who seconded?
I think that was
Councillor Clementson.
Councillor Clementson, I have got as a seconder to the motion. That motion now needs to be put to the meeting.
Agreed.
We're going to have to do, we'll have to do a roll call, members. Members, we have to do a roll call.
Mr. Mayor, can I just
Yes.
make the point that there is a planning meeting tomorrow morning starting at 9:30 and some of us would like to sleep and approach this with a clear head.
Yes, that's the reason why we're putting this motion through adjournment. So please, if you could do a roll call, David. Those who are in favour of adjournment say aye. Those who are against it say nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. No, when it's your turn. When it's your turn.
Members are now doing roll call. If you would just please indicate for or against the adjournment.
For or against.
Councillor Ackwell.
Against.
Councillor Becker.
Against.
Councillor Bell.
Against.
Councillor Bento.
Sleep. Against.
Councillor Bronk.
Against.
Councillor Brooke.
Aye.
Councillor Brooke, was that 4?
That's 4.
Councillor Clear.
It was.
No, against.
Councillor Clementson.
4.
Councillor Cook.
4.
Councillor Crass.
Against.
Councillor Cunningham.
4.
Councillor Cutler.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
Abstain.
Councillor Fern.
Against.
Councillor Ferguson.
If you can have silence, please, we need to hear these votes.
I repeat, Councillor Ferguson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Gemmell.
4.
Councillor Godfrey.
4.
Councillor Gordon Smith.
Against.
Councillor Green.
Against.
Councillor Griffiths.
4.
Councillor Hiscock.
Against.
Councillor Horrell.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Humbee's not in the meeting. Councillor Hutchison.
Against.
Councillor Laming.
Abstain.
Councillor Lurney.
Against.
Councillor Lumbee.
4.
Councillor Mather.
4.
Councillor McLean.
4, very much so.
Councillor Miller.
4. What on earth are we trying to make decisions this time of night? It's nonsense.
Councillor Murphy.
Against.
Councillor Pearson.
Councillor Pearson's indicated he's withdrawn from the meeting, David.
Councillor Pearson has withdrawn.
Thank you. Councillor Porter.
Against.
Councillor Power.
Against.
Councillor Prince.
Against.
Councillor Reid.
4.
Councillor Raffel.
4.
Councillor Rutter has left the meeting. Councillor Scott.
4.
Councillor Thompson.
Against.
Councillor Todd.
Against.
Councillor Weir.
Against.
Councillor Weston.
4.
Councillor Williams.
Against.
Members, thank you. Just give us a moment once again.
Mr. Mayor, I hope that everybody who has voted against will turn up at the planning meeting tomorrow for a full day's meeting.
Are they all come and help me move my sheep at 6:30 in the morning as well?
Mr. Mayor, I think you can rest assured we are all professional people and we will turn up for planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clare. The motion to adjourn the meeting is
Mr. Mayor,
lost.
if I may, Councillor Clear has just made a comment. We owe it to our customers
No,
to be
I'm not
fully primed for a
taking a
meeting.
discussion. I'm not taking a discussion, Councillor. The motion has been lost. And close it down. I will now move on to agenda item 5F. The recommended minutes of Audit and Governance Committee held on the 8th of February, Pay Policy Statement 2021-22, AG 041, and further information CL 159. Mrs. Kirkman.
Mr Mayor, agenda item 5F is the recommended minute of Audit and Governance Committee of the 11th of February, which is set out on the agenda and also on page 211 of your agenda pack. Report AG041 refers, and this is also in your agenda pack from page 212. The report's recommendations are with regard to the approval of the Council's annual pay policy statement. Mr Mayor, there is also an update report for Council. Report CL159 refers, and this is included in your agenda pack on page 209. Mr Mayor, once again, please can I suggest that the recommendations in report CL159 and the recommended minute of Audit and Governance Committee be considered together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirkman. Councillor Power, would you move the recommended minute of the Audit and Governance Committee, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm very happy to propose the Pay Policy 2021. Audit and Governance do anticipate further work on the equalities assessment, and the statement regarding the pay cap has now been overtaken by events. Happy to take any questions, Mr Mayor.
Have a seconder, please.
Mr Mayor, I second the paper and ask that I can reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bronk. Any questions? I have no questions so far. I have one on debate. So I've got no questions, so I'm going to move it straight into debate. So debate, please. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At the Audit and Governance Committee meeting, I raised the issue covered in the paper, the pay policy paper, about our commitment to the living wage campaign. I was very proud 8 years ago to introduce the living wage to the City Council, and I am pleased that we are still accredited under the scheme, which means that not only are our employees covered by the living wage commitment to pay a reasonable salary, a minimal salary, but also that all our contractors are expected to agree a contract which includes clauses that make the same commitment. And I think this is something which the council should be very proud of, that we are the only rural local authority and the only local authority in Hampshire to have this accreditation. And I think that is something we should celebrate and make clear on every opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. I have no more contributions to the debate, so I will revert to Councillor Bronk, the seconder of the motion. Councillor Bronk.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Bearing in mind the time and the lack of argument, I think that the paper was discussed at great length, and I'm pleased to see that there were changes made for the benefit of the putting those changes to full council today. And so I just ask that we approve the papers. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Bronk. Councillor Power, do you wish to sum up?
I wish to move the vote, Mr Mayor. I think it's all been said. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you, Councillor Power. Is the recommendation in report CL 159 the recommended minute of the Audit and Governance Committee on page 210 of the agenda pack agreed?
Agreed.
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 Any disagreement? There being no disagreement, that is cleared. That is agreed. Agenda item number 6, notice of motion. The agenda sets out a notice of motion to be moved by Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Godfrey, do you have a seconder for your motion, please?
Councillor Mather is seconding the motion.
I second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Godfrey, would you present your motion, please? And may I remind you that you have a maximum of 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm grateful to the local campaigner Rebecca Butler for promoting the cause of parking charges for care workers in her question earlier in this meeting. I'm sure that she and I are not the only the only ones who have been approached by residents who offer this invaluable service to the most vulnerable in our community. I have been very aware of the importance of the role of these care workers for many years through my job managing projects for adult social services. I know how little care workers are paid and how many visits they have to do each day. Many are only paid for the time they are giving care to their clients. So time taken to park comes out of the care workers' unpaid time. So I am pleased that Councillor Todd conceded that there is an informal scheme already in place for some care workers that, if ever used by them, would improve the lot of the care worker so that they can deliver more and better care. I refer to it as informal because there is no mention of it anywhere on our website, and nor were care workers who received penalty notices made aware of it. However, on the basis of what Councillor Todd said in his reply to Rebecca Butler's question, I'm sure that all councillors will support this motion to formalise the current scheme that Councillor Todd has assured us is in place, so that all social care workers and NHS community staff that are delivering care in the home for residents will be able to enjoy worry and cost-free parking while they do their duty as care workers. I hope to see that this policy is given the publicity that it deserves, as the City Council should be proud to offer this facility for these essential workers. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Todd. Councillor Todd.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move an amendment, and it's a very simple one, and I hope Councillor Godfrey will be able to accept it, and then which is to replace the word arranging with the words continuing to arrange, so that the motion reads that this council recognises the exceptional service given by care workers who have continued throughout the pandemic to deliver essential care services in the home for the most vulnerable residents in our district, by the council continuing to arrange for them to be able to park for free either in, on or off street parking spaces controlled by the council while they are working to provide care at home. That would be the change to the motion. The reason I want to amend it is to make it clear, so there's no doubt, that we already have these arrangements in place. I take the comments that I welcome comments from members that they may make in the debate about where that approach has not been adequately implemented. I have already spoken to officers about making the scheme clearer on the website. I'm concerned to hear that care workers who are performing their duties on behalf of their employer may have received tickets, and we clearly need to make sure that there's adequate awareness of this policy at every stage of the process, particularly with people employing care workers to do work. So provided that Councillor Godfrey accepts the amendment, I think this is a motion that we can all get behind, and then if people wish to make further suggestions as to how we can improve implementation of our existing approach and policy on this, then I will be happy to listen to them, take them back to officers for implementation.
Agreed.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Can I have a seconder, please, for that? Do you have a seconder?
It's Councillor Porter, I believe, but
for the amendment, do you have a seconder?
Sounds like it.
Mr. Mayor, I will second the motion.
Okay. I was here just to get the press the buttons fast enough, so there you are.
So I'm putting
We're
through.
fighting for it, Miss Mayor.
Yes, it looks like it, doesn't it? Councillor Lumbee, we're going to put you through for a second, okay? So there are no questions, and so we move straight into debate. Do I have any on the amendment? This is debate on the amendment put by Councillor Todd.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Well, I think we should hear what Councillor Godfrey wants to say about it. Probably first.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, that's me, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Mr. Mayor.
It's getting too late. Councillor Godfrey, please. Councillor Godfrey.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Godfrey would have a right of reply on the amendment in any event, so it would be helpful to hear from Councillor Godfrey. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Godfrey, you're on.
Thank you. I'm delighted that Councillor Todd has acknowledged that he is committed to this scheme. However, I'm not quite sure of the purpose of this amendment, not least because there is no evidence available that this scheme actually exists as a formal policy. If it did exist as a formal policy, there would be paperwork, there would be reference to it on the website, there would be a way of advertising it to residents and care agencies. I'm not aware that there has been any such promotion of the policy, and for want of an additional word, I think to create a formal policy on the fly, just to avoid saying it doesn't exist, does seem a bit odd. However, the main aim is that we should, as a council, adopt a proper way of dealing with our care workers.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. We've had a couple of councillors come in requesting debate since I called you. Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Todd already exists to stop the care.
We can't hear you, Councillor McLean. Something has happened to your volume. Councillor McLean.
Did you not hear that, Chair?
No, none of it.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I've got some internet problems. The point I was trying to make to Councillor Todd was if the Liberal Democrat group has this process already in place to not charge care workers, they will, of course, be refunding all the fines that have been issued to care workers over the last year, I assume.
Councillor Todd.
I'm not in a position to talk about how that's done, because obviously decisions about individual fines aren't made by cabinet members. But yes, I'm happy.
I'm sorry, no. Councillor Todd, I'm sorry, you said there exists in
It's
place.
debate. This is debate, Councillor McLean. This is debate.
Well, I don't feel I've had the answer. I don't feel I've had
So
the
the
answer.
question is,
it wasn't a question. It wasn't a question. It was debate. Councillor Brooke, please. Councillor
Away
Brooke.
with that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My concern over this, the amendment being continue, implies that people were aware of this beforehand if this existed. And so at the very least, any amendment should contain the word promote, so that members of our district are fully aware of this, rather than continue as we are blindly where most people are completely unaware of it. I was also concerned very much that Councillor Todd said that these care workers had more benefit than the NHS staff, because quite often we have homebound patients that the NHS have to go out to, and that's not your highly paid nurses, that's quite often your healthcare assistants that are also on very low wages, taking blood samples and the like, our community response teams who are also on low wages going out to check in on patients. So I don't agree with this amendment, because there's so much more behind this that the word continue implies that actually isn't already included. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Godfrey, you have a point of order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under Rule 17, motion amendments, the proposer of an amendment may only speak once. Councillor Todd was trying to be as helpful as always. I wonder if he should be prevented from being helpful on this occasion.
That is why I stopped him. That is why I stopped it at that point, because it was a discussion, turning into a discussion, and I wasn't having it. So that's why
fishy about it.
It was debate.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Godfrey will now have spoken three times on this particular amendment.
Sorry, I'm not entertaining any more discussions on this. Right, who have we got next?
Councillor Horrell.
Councillor Horrell.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak on the amendment. And I think if we all truly endorse the fact that care workers should receive this benefit in terms of the permits, we should not be debating this evening weasel words about continuing, because clearly whatever has been happening is not clear to the public, not clear to the care workers, not clear to the people they care for. It is not obvious. And so I would ask Councillor Todd just to accept that this is a really good suggestion. We've all said it is the case, and that we should endorse this motion, and tomorrow morning make sure that it is clearly articulated in all of our communications from the City Council, and that we should move ahead. I'm afraid that we're just trying to make something of one particular word to ensure that it was all fine before, and I'm afraid it clearly has not been. And yet today, earlier this evening, when we had a member of the public raising it, we were assured it's all fine. And I think in this instance, with the motion, we should all just actually endorse it, be brave, and support the key people who are looking after those who need our support in the community at this time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Moving on to Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm rather surprised we're wringing our hands over this, because it seems to me that the amendment it is just sorting out a situation that is actually happening at the moment. Very, very early on in the pandemic and the lockdown, we decided as a cabinet that we would give free parking to NHS staff, other key workers, and care workers were involved in that. So I'm really not sure why we're spending all this time on a debate that it's very late in the day, and we're debating something that is happening already. And you've heard Councillor Todd say this, and let's just move on, agree the amendment, and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Lurney, please. Councillor Lurney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this brief. I think certainly we accept the need for clarity on the website about what is available to care workers. Although I think it is important that that's within a framework which doesn't promote abuse. You know, we've seen a lot of abuse of disability badges, for example, and I don't want to get in a situation where that's happening. However, this is something which happens already that's being asked for, and I think it would have been really helpful if the Conservative group had actually done some homework on this and asked officers what was possible and what was already being done in this area. There has been some confusion about what's being offered to NHS workers, which is very much around what are at the moment underused car parks. It's not around that on-street parking that people need for visiting individual homes. I think the amendment is very sensible to give clarity to the situation. Clearly we need to go away and do a bit of work on this regardless of which choice is made as to wording, but we all agree that care workers deserve this and we should just be getting on with it.
Thank you, Councillor Lurney. Thank you. Councillor Clemenson, please. Councillor Clemenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have sat here now for nearly 6 hours and listened to one side object to anything the other side says. Really, are we sitting here at this time to actually debate a word? There has been a motion put forward, quite a reasonable thing to ensure that our care workers have the best facility offered to help them. And we are just sitting here arguing about an amendment which is totally unnecessary, and I would ask this council once in a while to just come together and get the job done without this continual she says black, I said white. It is not a way to run a council. It's actually embarrassing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clemenson. I will now sorry, I've got Councillor Cook. Councillor Cook, do you wish to address?
No, Mr. Mayor, I don't. But in a way, probably I do. And I'm not going to echo certain people's words, but I'm finding it quite frustrating that we've put something forward and it's all about a particular word. It's a phrasing. It's obviously not working properly at the moment. Somehow it's been misinterpreted, but let's move forward, make a vote on this, and let us move on to the next part of the agenda. I think it's an excellent idea to do this, but it's a wording, and that's what Councillor Todd is referring to. One word, how it's put forward.
Yeah.
Quite bizarre. End of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. I'm now going to put the vote of the amendment to the councillors. David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I now call out your names again in alphabetical order. If you could vote, indicate if you are for, against or abstaining to the amendment proposed by Councillor Todd to the motion proposed by Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Atchwell.
For.
Councillor Becker.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Councillor Bentote.
For.
Councillor Bronk.
For.
Councillor Brooke.
Against.
Councillor Clear.
For.
Councillor Clemenson.
Abstain.
Councillor Cook.
Abstain.
Councillor Krask.
For.
Councillor Cunningham.
Against.
Councillor Cutler.
For.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Fern.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Gemmell.
Against.
Councillor Godfrey.
Against.
Councillor Gordon Smith.
For.
Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Griffiths has left the meeting. Councillor Hiscock.
For.
Councillor Horrell.
Against.
Councillor Humby has left the meeting. Councillor Hutchison.
For.
Councillor Lamming.
For.
Councillor Lurney. Councillor Lurney.
For.
Councillor Lumbee.
Against.
Councillor Mather.
Against.
Councillor McLean.
Against, sadly.
Councillor Miller.
Against. This is pathetic behaviour by everybody.
Councillor Murphy.
For.
Councillor Pearson.
Councillor Pearson had left the
Councillor Pearson's left the meeting, beg your pardon. Councillor Porter.
For.
Councillor Power.
For.
Councillor Prince.
For.
Councillor Reid.
Against.
Councillor Raffel.
Against.
Councillor Rutter.
Councillor Rutter had left the meeting.
Councillor Rutter has left the meeting. Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor Thompson.
For.
Councillor Todd.
For.
Councillor Weir.
For.
Councillor Weston.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
For.
Thank you, members. Just give us a moment again to check the figures.
Turn his camera.
Councillor
Laming, could you turn your camera off, please? Councillor Laming, your camera's still on. Thank you.
So the amendment is passed. The amendment is passed. So that becomes the substantive motion now. Mrs. Kirkman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members, if I can confirm that the substantive motion now in front of you this evening is as follows. That this council recognises the exceptional service given by care workers who have continued throughout the pandemic to deliver essential care services in the home for the most vulnerable residents in our district, by the council continuing to arrange for them to be able to park for free either in on or off-street parking spaces controlled by the council while they are working to provide care at home. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have now got debate and I have Councillor Mather first. Councillor Mather.
Yes. I'll turn my camera on. Sorry. Before this council meeting, when I was preparing what to say, I wrote, I guess there is an informal system that somehow exists on the streets of notes in windows and wardens giving some sort of respect to these. How much better to formalise this system? Very many other councils have formalised the system. and if one looks online, I could have spoken for very many minutes, possibly the whole of the 20 minutes of the debate, just listing those councils who have formalised the system and have something online and list the arrangements whereby carers can get hold of permits. Councillor Todd has indicated, and this indication is very long overdue to my mind, that he will be clarifying the offer to carers on the website. I noted that he only mentioned carers who are working for agencies. There are quite a lot of carers who don't work for an agency, and I think that the council and Councillor Todd in particular could learn a lot by looking at all the very many different formal systems that other councils have published on their websites, varying from householders applying on behalf of their carers to say the system in Brighton and Hove, where individual carers not working for an agency can apply for a permit, and doctors sign declarations. There's all sorts of practices that the council could look into, because I think we should have. Councillor Brooke made the point that she felt that some NHS workers would be being left out of the system and have less good arrangements. And I think it's very important that we have a flexible and inclusive system, including the best of what other councils offer. And I'm glad that Councillor Todd is getting onto this. I suspect that both Rebecca Butler's question and Councillor Godfrey's motion have been the catalyst that he needed. So thank you, Councillor Todd. It's long overdue and it needs to be clarified, and we need an inclusive system and one that takes in the best of what other councils offer.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. I'll move on to Councillor McLean now, please. Councillor McLean.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Mayor. My question, or not question, sorry, the point I want to make in debate is this is already running. We've been told by Councillor Todd that it exists. It's there to help our carers, which I think is fantastic. But it appears a lot of them didn't know about it because they've had enforcement fines, and also an awful lot of those fines have been carried through to collections of money. But if this thing existed, they shouldn't have had the fines in the first place. So could I ask Councillor Todd to please, or before this takes place, to go back and ensure that credits are issued for those poor people, poor care workers who've received fines for something they shouldn't have got in the first place because this existed. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. Councillor Gemmell. Councillor Gemmell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, well, far be it from me to accuse the Lib Dems of leaking on an idea we have put forward, but with response to Councillor Todd, why didn't he respond to Rebecca Butler's question at the start of the meeting in this positive fashion? Why is it waited now until the motion's actually come forward? If this truly exists, why is it not signposted? Why are our carers coming to us saying, you know, they're being ticketed, they don't earn very much, they're going from their job to job, they're employed when they start the job, when they clock off, and they're having to pay. It's not been right. It's not helpful of you. And it's not just the carers that we've got in the NHS. It's not just the carers that are in groups. There are other carers that have this desperation, carers that are many and varied. They're householders and family members that take on a caring role, that when an elderly member of their family is coming to an end of life, that take off those last few years to care for them. There are networks of carers, but there's nothing that tells them that you're going to help them. And it's not a lot, but just something to say that they are valued. It's not there. You know, it's weasel words at the end of at an end of a motion. Yeah, we'll hijack the motion. That's what's come across to me, and I find it appalling and bloody hypocritical, to be quite honest. And at this time of night, you know, I really, it's distasteful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very much, Councillor Gamble. Thank you. Can I now call on Councillor Lumbee? Councillor Lumbee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure whether Councillor Todd was ahead of me, but I see him on the list. But maybe he's used up all his tokens already. We will all agree the principle here. I have been worried though, because, and as Councillor Gemmell so articulately put it, we heard from Councillor Thompson that this was introduced at some point. When, how, why was nothing done to properly publicise it? You know, clearly something has gone wrong. But also, if we're in a situation where we are the cabinet or officers or cabinet, I don't know, whoever it is that made the decision, certainly wasn't council, to give people free passes, who else have they been given to and on what basis? I do think there should be, in the interest of transparency here, full disclosure of exactly when this policy was introduced, exactly who it is available to, and exactly who has been given free passes. And I think that should be fully publicised as soon as possible. And I'm sure there's nothing to hide here. There's no suggestion of impropriety, and I'm sure we won't find any of that nature, but I do think that we should be told. And also, I was confused by Councillor Lurney's comment about doing research on the point, when it's quite clear no one knows about this thing. But also, you've had this motion for 2 weeks. Why do you have to come up with the amendment at sort of 11:45 p.m. after 2 weeks? I don't understand your point there. I think that was possibly everyone a bit tired of making not fully thought out points. So those are my 2 points, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Lumbee. I have Councillor Todd next on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also disappointed that this has turned into a more negative debate than it needed to be, and I would like to pay tribute to Councillor Mather, because it was a delight to listen to somebody who did something that I hoped this debate would be about, which was to talk about the merits of the policy and how we can improve it, which was how I responded earlier this evening to Ms. Butler. And who, if you read her comment on Facebook since then, was very pleased with my reply, because not only did I say that I thought what she was saying was a good thing, that it was something that was already happening with the council, but that her raising the issue meant that something that had existed informally, and I would stress it's existed informally for some years, could be put on a clearer basis, communicated more clearly, and made more obviously available to people, and more transparent. So my intention anyway, as part of the ongoing work on parking, was that we would do a review of permits, and we can either include our support for carers on a more, while we need to clearly get information about how the scheme currently works on the website in the short term, we can do a proper job of looking as to how we can improve the scheme and learn from other places. And I'm very happy to take ideas for improvement. I'm very happy to take issues that people have had and get them addressed. And yes, I would say to the point that Councillor McLean made earlier, if through the inadequate publicity for the scheme, which, dare I say it, has been adequate under both types of administration, some people have ended up getting tickets, then certainly within a reasonable recent period, my personal view is that they should have those tickets refunded. That seems only reasonable. So I'm very, I think it's good that Ms. Butler raised it with her question. I think it's constructive that clearly Councillor Mather, for example, has thought about the motion and done research on the issue. I think it's good that the outcome of this is that firstly, we will continue what we've been doing in terms of offering this this option to people who work as carers, but we will find ways to improve it further, which I'm sure is something I would hope we could agree across the entire council. To imply with a motion that we didn't have any kind of scheme would have just been factually inaccurate. So the motion is now at least factually accurate, but we are now in a position to start doing what these debates can often be very helpful for, which is to highlight issues, raise ideas as to how we could improve it further, which is absolutely something that I intend to do. And any positive and constructive ideas that I hear in the rest of the debate, I will happily take on board and seek to get implemented in a revised and improved version of the scheme that we have. So the short-term action that I'm happy to commit to is we will make clear on the website how the scheme currently functions, and I'm more than happy to say, and this would actually address the point that I think Councillor Lumbee made, to say we'll have a bit of a drains up on permits, we'll see how they're working and make sure that we're learning from good practice anywhere in the country for all the different types of permits that we might need to have in order that we end up as a city with a system that we can be proud of, no matter which party happens to be in charge at the time.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Councillor Horrell, please. Councillor Horrell.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak at this point in the debate. I think it's one of those good old-fashioned intent and impact moments, isn't it? Clearly, the intention of Councillor Todd was to ensure that permits were available. The impact has not been quite as he intended on the community that he thought he was assisting. So I think we have a mismatch here, and I'm assured from what I've heard this evening that we will ask officers to confirm the process so that all councillors can understand the offer being made, and also that we should promote that offer to the actual individuals that we're trying to support. So clarity of the offer, promotion of the offer, what is it that we're allowing those workers to do and to have free of charge. And I can only thank Rebecca Butler, Stephen Godfrey and Fiona Mather this evening for raising this important matter and helping us to gain clarity as a City Council, because I think that is to everyone's benefit. And I'm sure now we can bring this matter to a conclusion, agree the motion and move forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. Councillor Porter, please. Councillor Porter.
Apologies, I think my fingers have dried up in the long sit down. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I certainly recollect a discussion that was carried on very early in the pandemic about the way in which we should look after our key workers and carers in the district. And my recollection is that carers were included in all of those conversations. And so if it isn't promoted, it certainly was promoted at the Winchester District Older Persons Partnership meetings And so it did reach a number of people, but obviously not to everybody. And my concern is that if councillors are seeing repeated problems from their constituents, that they aren't actually coming to the officers or to Cabinet to express that concern. Because actually we could have sorted this out months ago if this has been such a big problem. That we could have dealt with it by making sure it was advertised on the website and possibly putting it out on our e-newsletter, as well as telling all the local organisations. And we have over 40 that attend the Winchester District Older Persons Group, and we have lots of people representing cared for adults coming to those meetings as well. So I am really surprised, and I'm just asked really that in future, if members do have a recurrent problem about people's ability to live well, they do come back to Cabinet or to the officers and make it really clear that there is a problem, because then it could have been dealt with much more quickly than waiting all this time. I'm really quite distressed to think that there would be people that didn't know about this, which was in place and has been for, I'd say at least 10 months. So I just wanted to raise that point here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. We've got about 2 minutes left within the 20, so I'm going to go quickly to Councillor Brooke. Councillor Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a brief one. I just wondered, and thank you, Councillor Porter, for your articulation of where it has been promoted. I just wondered, in the interest of transparency, if Councillor Todd could provide us all, obviously not this evening, but could follow up to us all the number of carers that have actually taken up this offer, just to demonstrate how successful it has been or how well it has been promoted to date. I'm just curious as to the actual take up, because the way we've had it complained to us from those with fines, etc., it seems like significant majority do not know about this. So I'm just curious as to what the take up was of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Now I'm going to move on to Councillor Godfrey as the mover of the motion. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very grateful to fellow councillors for their contributions to this debate. Much more interesting conversation than I expected. I'm delighted that there is general agreement across the floor about the importance and the appropriateness of this scheme to help those who are helping our neighbours. I would urge councillors to differentiate between the very well advertised pandemic parking support for NHS and critical care staff, which is very much limited to the period during lockdown, and provides temporary car parking passes in Tower Street and one or two other places. From the scheme that Councillor Todd and Councillor Lumbee and I have been talking about, which is for ongoing support for care workers, so they don't have to pay on or off-street parking charges in council run parking spaces, even after the pandemic, because this has nothing to do with the pandemic itself. On the website, there's some very good details about exemptions from parking charges, from people who can apply for parking permits, including school groups and amenity groups who can apply there. I was very surprised not to find listed the care workers in that place. It is not going to be much to effort to put the details of the scheme that we're told is operating on the website, and so I look forward to seeing that. And I would echo Councillor Mather's support for a full review of this scheme to take on the best ideas from other councils. It is very difficult to recruit and retain care workers who travel around the district, visiting the most vulnerable, doing jobs that other people will find difficult. And we need to make it as easy as possible to recruit and retain those staff, so that Winchester benefits from it. I'm grateful for the administration in confirming that they will make this scheme more available, or the information about it more available, and I look forward to that. I hope you will all support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. In listening to the debate, I think what I shall do now is I'll put the motion to the vote, but I'll ask for by acclamation. I'll go for an acclamation vote on this one, as this is an acclamation vote on the substantive motion as amended. Okay, as amended. So may I have an acclamation on the vote, please?
Agreed.
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 Agreed. Any against?
Agreed.
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 That's agreed.
Agreed.
Agenda item number 7, changes to committee memberships. Mrs. Kirkman.
Mr. Mayor, I have not been notified of any changes to committee memberships.
Thank you. Agenda item number 8, questions from members of the council. All members have copies of the questions and the answers, which were circulated electronically prior to the meeting and also available on the council's website. A reminder that our procedure is that only the questioner is able to ask one supplementary question and should indicate accordingly. Members are reminded that our procedural rules allow a total time occupied by questions and the answer and the supplementary, and shall not exceed 30 minutes. In order to maximise the opportunity for questions to be answered, can I ask that supplementary questions are succinct and to the point, please? What's that?
What's happening?
Somebody is sharing their screen.
Someone has.
I think it's
Councillor McLean.
Councillor McLean should stop playing solitaire.
No. Councillor McLean.
Miss Councillor McLean.
What's going on? Oh my God.
Mr. Mayor, I have to do something to stay awake.
Right. Going on, moving on to questions, if I could, please. Question number 1 is from Councillor Weston. Councillor Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a supplementary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson, for your answer. But you haven't really answered my first part of the question on how is the council leading by example, and it's a shame that obviously the council isn't leading by example because you haven't answered it, to educate the people on the impact of destroying biodiversity. So would it not be best practice to have all departments to instill environmental resilience principles, especially in departments of like planning and enforcement, making sure that they are promoting the message and listening to local residents that live with flooding issues instead of hiding behind poor planning legislation which fails in the eyes of the public to support this council's aspirations of environmental resilience and improve environmental performance.
Councillor Thompson, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you know, Councillor Weston, we are at the moment out to consultation on the local plan, and I know that within the local plan, the new local plan, we want to ensure that any development that takes place is done that in a sensitive way to the environment, that does not destroy the biodiversity of areas, and indeed enhances them. And I'm not quite sure what you mean by the planning department not being instilled in part of their policies, because I'm sure you do know that when a planning application is received and the officers look at it, there is always a comment on the environmental impact of that development should the application be approved. I don't know whether that helps you or not, but the other thing is, of course, we have launched our biodiversity action plan, and there are a huge number of actions in that that will help protect biodiversity across our district, and that has only just been agreed, and it is on the website currently, and we will be doing a lot to promote it. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, just before you progress, I've been notified that Councillor Horrell has lost her internet connection and isn't currently in us with the meeting.
Ah, okay, right. Thank you for that. Question number 2, Councillor Power, please. Councillor Power. Councillor Power, your question number 2. Is Councillor Power still in the meeting?
Just check the attendance list.
Number 3, Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Godfrey, we will come back if necessary to Councillor Power, but Councillor Godfrey now, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the full answer received to my question. It raises 2 questions, though. Some residents in my ward did put out their green bag, having applied for a new brown bin, but the old green bag was not taken away, despite being politely challenged by the householder. What steps are going to be taken for those householders who did not have their green waste, their garden waste taken away in their old green bags when they're paid, and where there has been a delay in delivering the new brown bin after the subscription has started, leading to a loss of service, reducing the number of collections that will fall during a subscription period. What steps will be taken to compensate those householders?
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Todd, please, if you could answer the question.
Yes. So in answer to your question about how we're addressing the situation, our number 1 priority has been to accelerate the rate of delivery of bins. The best way of solving the problem is to get people a bin so that the problem never happens in the first place. And our colleagues at Biffa have put a lot of effort into this, and our contract management team have as well. They've extended the hours that the bin deliveries are going on. We've had 3 crews out on Saturdays and Sundays delivering extra bins. And we are now delivering bins at a faster rate than the orders are coming in, which is as we would want it to be. The second thing that is that it is now the case that if people have signed up for the service, but their bin has not yet arrived, they are told at the time of signing up, either on the phone or by email if they sign up online, that their green bag will be collected in the meantime. And if that doesn't happen, then that counts as a missed bin and should be treated as a missed bin in the same way. So our intention very much is to get this service in place, which is growing extremely quickly, as quickly as we can. The best way to, and then in the meantime, we have the policy in place that if people have a subscription and their bag hasn't been collected, then it should be treated as a missed bin, it should be reported, and somebody should come back and pick it up.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Question number 4, Councillor Bento. Councillor Bento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank Councillor Prince for his answer. No follow-up questions. I'm quite happy with the answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bento. Moving on to question number 5 from Councillor Brooke. Councillor Brooke, please.
Hello, I'd like to say thank you for the diary entries for the Cabinet members, although I'm very aware that diary entries don't necessarily mean meetings attended. In follow-up for this, Councillor Clear mentioned earlier how Councillor Ferguson had been out to spend time with them and seen them face to face, and I wondered why preferential treatment's given to some parishes over the other, because we've had 2 Zoom calls with our parish council. Perhaps we're somewhat less important, being the opposition, not quite sure. But anyway, thank you for the calendar entries, which don't necessarily truly reflect the meetings attended.
Councillor Thompson, please.
I'm not sure that was a question, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure what Councillor Brooke wishes me to answer. I mean, I would say that Cabinet members each have spent over an hour going through their diaries and compiling this list. It was then put into the, so that's at least 8 hours work, a full day's work. And then, of course, it was left to our PA to then tabulate this into the list that you've got with you tonight. It was a huge amount of work, and also it practically broke the system, which was why the council questions didn't come out as early as we would have liked, because there was a glitch somewhere and the system just would not accept this schedule of meetings. They are all meetings we've attended, so I'm not quite sure the point that she's trying to make.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Evans, question number 6. Councillor Evans, please.
No, Mr. Mayor, no supplementary. I was very interested in the comparison of cost, but no further supplementaries.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Question number 7 is Councillor Lumbee. Councillor Lumbee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the portfolio holder for all her information that she's provided in the tabular form. It's interesting, isn't it, when you look at the blue box and the number of complaints received, and you look at the total of the green box with all the outcomes, and you've got a much lower figure. So it does seem that something is being lost on the way through, which is slightly worrying. I suspect that it will be unfair to quiz you on that now, Councillor Porter, so consider yourself escaped from that one. What I am concerned about is the total time being taken to deal with many complaints. At the extreme, we had the one in Hinton Ampner that enforcement took so long to deal with that it ended up being time barred. We do see a regular number of complaints where there is a very large gap between the thing going in and any response other than X or Y is dealing with it being received. And sometimes the investigation seems a bit cursory. We had one yesterday where the officer went round to the site where the complaint was made, said, "Are you in breach?" The owner said no, so off the person popped. Now, I don't know the full details of that story, but you do wonder whether the ability to do a full investigation is also there at the moment. What I would like to know, and I'm in absolute fairness to you, I'm sure you don't know, but what is, between the different tiers, the average time it's taken between a complaint being started and some form of resolution being reached, and within that, what are the various stages? I noticed I was pre-reading tonight that the complaint made before Christmas.
Councillor Lumbee, you'll be very aware that there is actually a complaints, an enforcement process. There's a policy. One of our esteemed parish councillors, led and who is also involved with HALC and NALC, was very involved at a local level. And there was a group of councillors who came in the days when we could all meet together, and we met frequently, several times, to make sure that the enforcement scheme would work for the parishes in particular and in the town as well. That holds a flow diagram in the back of it, and in it, it very clearly tells you what happens when someone makes a complaint or a threat, says that there's an enforcement problem. And that goes through a series of flow diagrams and decision tree of whether it's taken forward or not. Sometimes those decisions take a lot longer than you think they're going to take. And as you know, as a cabinet member, ex-cabinet member yourself, that any form of enforcement is not ever a simple matter. And even recently we've had a case where it's gone to court several times and it's still not resolved. So it has to be taken over a longer period, because sometimes they don't go to court quickly enough. Sometimes it's felt that the person will actually finally make a planning application which regularises the situation. So the average time is pretty difficult to say. But I do acknowledge that some will be dealt with really quickly. They are always visited. Every single enforcement case is actually investigated, and sometimes they fall at the first fence. We don't believe that it's in the council's interests or the resident, well, it's not in the council's interest to pursue it. It's a relatively minor breach, but if it's something more serious, then the whole system kicks into play. We also have to use other departments as well, and possibly other agencies such as the Environment Agency. So it can be literally anything from hours to years. And I would say that I will try and find out an average time, but it will be meaningless, because each of those take up a different amount of time according to their severity and the inability of the resident or the developer to actually deal with the problem that we're asking them to. Sometimes people get quite upset, and it needs police and other support to go with people, and that can also cause delays. So it's never a simple matter, and I'd love to give you a straight answer of it takes 10 days, but I just can't do that, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I understand we've lost a couple of councillors. Chief Executive, have you got the list?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Mayor. We are losing members on with some internet access issues now. We've lost Councillor Weir, Councillor Williams and Councillor Lurney, and Councillor Horrell is in and out of the meeting, currently in, I believe.
Currently back in. Yep. Okay, thank you. Question number 8.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I saw that.
And Councillor Williams, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Williams is also gone, yes.
Yeah.
Question number 8 is, well, that's Councillor Weir, but of course Councillor Weir is not here. Question number 9 from Councillor Gemmell. Councillor Gemmell.
I'm here. I'm here. Yes. Enforcement. How can the council state that it's committed to the protection and enhancement of the natural and built environments and does not condone willful planning breaches when its workforce patently refuses to even inspect the sites reported and hides behind a veil of anonymous complainant? Why not spend some of this money on something the majority of the public would like to see, and punish persistent offenders and retrospective permissions?
Councillor Gemmell, I think it's a very serious issue that we cannot deal with retrospective permissions any differently than normal permissions. The law is such that no one has broken the law until their planning permission has failed, and if they have failed to make a planning permission, that is not against the law. So we have to encourage people that have made developed things in different ways, and perhaps that is about changing a hedge or adding a fence, or it can be something much more serious. We have to encourage them to make a planning application. And if we feel that actually it's not of value to us all to do that, and not of value to the council, then a pragmatic decision is sometimes made. But the general decision is that if there is a planning, I was going to say a supposed planning breach, but it isn't a planning breach until that person has applied for planning permission and it's been rejected. I know that our planning development committee frequently get very upset because they see that people are applying retrospectively for planning permission. It drives us all around the bend, but I'm afraid that's the way the law is at the moment, and we just cannot do anything about it. And a number of situations have happened recently where we have the planning committee has almost in anger said, no, that up with this we will not put. Then that person goes to appeal and they win on appeal. So it is an extremely frustrating process, and if it's one thing we could change, we would do so. I had great hopes for the white paper because it mentioned enforcement. It mentioned one word, enforcement, and we turned over the page and there was absolutely nothing about it. And I firmly believe we need enforcement as a very clear part of our planning system to give people the confidence in our planning system. And unfortunately, that's just not there through the law at the moment.
What about this persistent
I'm afraid that's your
anonymity?
Councillor, that was your supplementary.
I will follow. I appreciate the sense of what you're saying, Councillor Gemmell, and I will come back to you over the next few days and we can continue this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Porter. Thank you, Councillor Gemmell. Question number 10, Councillor Hutchison. You've received a reply. Do you have a supplementary?
I don't, but thank you for the reply. It was much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchison. Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid, you've also received a reply. Do you have a supplementary question?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I would like to thank the portfolio holder for her answer, but there have been MDA applications which have not gone to the joint committee. And there are currently 2 more in the pipeline, and a third is to be lodged by the end of this month, I've been informed. Can you please explain why then applications have not gone directly to the joint planning committee? This has been the normal passage of MDA applications since the start of the build out of the site. Also, why are officers, some senior, from this council informing members of the public, developers, and even the parish council that there is no joint planning committee? Also, that the West of Waterlooville Forum will be disbanded at the end of this municipal year. The MDA is only less than 1/3 into its build out. And the word development was dropped from the planning committee title many years ago. It is now the planning committee only.
Yes, I apologise. I realised that, but actually at 20 to 1, I just went back to the old ways. Thank you, Councillor Reid, for a question, and thank you as well for the comment. And it gives me an opportunity to say that we have obviously got 3 MDAs in the district, and they all have slightly different terms of reference in their forums that go on. And the reason the planning committees or the planning permissions were given was because actually we had no public comments and no comments from elected members either. So those went through on delegated powers, those last planning applications. If there are others that you're discussing that wasn't the case, then please let me know. We are reviewing all of those. As I said, we're reviewing all of those fora to make sure that we do have a process when the properties start to be occupied, as the case in West of Waterlooville, and that there are plans that may be developing for that community which their own community cannot cope with. We have expected, in fact, parish councils, once they have been formed, to take on that role, but we are aware in West of Waterlooville that we've got a neighbouring council that does district council that doesn't have parishes, and so it makes it that little bit more difficult to have that conversation. Certainly the West of Waterlooville Forum expects to take that matter on, particularly in light of the dramatic announcement about West of Waterlooville and haven't only recently. So I think we'll keep that on ice, and we're going to be discussing really what governance structures will take place for the West of Waterlooville Forum and the other forums before the annual council.
Thank you. We need to talk.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Thank you, Councillor Reid, for your question. Question number 12, Councillor Bell. Councillor Bell, you received a reply from the Cabinet Minister, from the Cabinet Member. Do you have a supplementary?
I don't have a supplementary. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. We can.
I can hear you, Councillor Bell.
Yeah. I've had to come in on a different device. If you can hear me, I do not have a supplementary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bell. Question number 13, Councillor Pearson, please. Councillor Pearson, you've received a reply to your question. Do you have a supplementary?
Councillor Pearson has left the meeting earlier, Mr. Mayor. He's already left the meeting.
He's left the meeting, hasn't he? Yeah, they're falling off. Question number 14 is Councillor Horrell. Councillor Horrell, you received a reply to your question. Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Horrell?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Yes, I do, and thank you to the portfolio for her reply to me. Several of the properties are linked to the Central Winchester redevelopment project, and are being indicated at this point that they will not go forward until that programme comes to fruition. However, we know that the Central Winchester project will take many years, and the initial piece of work is focused at the moment on King's Walk. So can the portfolio holder help me to understand how we might utilise some of those buildings in the short term to deliver a revenue stream whilst we wait for the longer term regeneration of that particular area? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Lurney, please. Councillor Lurney.
She's done.
I think, Mr. Mayor, that Councillor Lurney's internet has failed and that she's no longer in the meeting. It seems to be a major problem out sort of Week and Hairstock Way.
Likewise,
yes.
Councillor on my telephone now.
In the 6 weeks, very last question, the very last item, and we're still quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we are still quorum, I have to say. So is there anyone from the administration who can address the question, please?
Well, can I suggest to Councillor Horrell that I will put that point to Councillor Lurney tomorrow, and we'll get back to you. All right?
That would be most acceptable. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much.
That's very understanding. Thank you, Councillor Horrell. Ladies and gentlemen, council members, that concludes the formal business for this evening. Good evening. Good morning, sorry, good morning.
Good evening. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask Senior Mayor